Hello, and welcome to this season's end of season qualifying event. This is the end of the season 2, and we will be beginning games in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take a look. We've got quite a few people in this time, and matches have begun, so we'll go ahead and just be jumping into the action immediately. Let's find a good match to follow along with. Got what we want to watch today. We'll check out Blanque and Missing in Action as soon as they begin. It does take just a minute because matches have to be begun manually, but as that's now beginning to happen, we'll go ahead and jump you into the game. And just as a note, to anyone who may not have done so yet, we do have a new daily login system as of last night's patch. So if you check the missions tab, you'll see we have a new daily login, and on the 7th day of logging in, you have a chance to get exclusive cosmetics. The only way to get these is via the login system. So if you have not done that yet, you should definitely go do so. And we'll be jumping into these games now. We have Blanque and Missing in Action. We can take a look at these decks quickly while we wait on that match to actually begin. So Blanque has YGFOC, and this looks mostly like a stock YGFOC list, no nutty tech options this time. And we've got just mono seasons. No finale in this deck. And then we have YP Coliseum. This is kind of cool. I like seeing the Jags showing up. We've got Back Channel Captain. That's going to be fun to see. And Mything in Action has... Let me go find Mything in Action this way, and we will look at Mything in Action's decks quickly. So we do have YG Disc. Obviously, the idea being disc activation, and you pitch one of these bomb top ends with the disc activation, and then fetch it back. Mono blue, this is Valks. So we do have the mono blue Valk list, and then mono ACC. This one does play. No, it does not play finale. Okay. So also no finale in this list. And they have begun, so we'll just go ahead and jump into these games. And I believe I have been joined by today's co-host, at least at the moment, Fu. Hi, Fu. How's it going today? Okay, I may not have been joined just yet. Fu's still getting set up.
Hey, no, I was fiddling with my camera, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. Well, hello. It's nice to talk to you today. You had quite the busy day with that AMA. That was a lot of fun to watch, though.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to do. I hope people managed to ask whatever questions they had. There are a lot of people talking about all of the other games I've worked in the past. Marvel Heroes and Hellgate London and D2 and stuff like that. So, it's fun fielding questions from all over.
Yeah, definitely. To catch you up to speed, we've got Blanque and Mything in Action as the game that we'll be watching. And the opening's been kind of typical out of each of these two lists. A couple equipments taking out any of the small minions that Mything in Action attempts to stick down. Blanque on YGFOC. And so the 2 damage gets in, Samasek comes down. Samasek is a pain to deal with in these lists that like to just stick to the small minions. And, closing games out fast is tough to do against Samasek. So that's a good find at this time. And Blanque's in not too good of a spot at the moment. You can pact the 2/2 and play a pup, but it doesn't feel good. You likely just play pup and smite. Your llama comes down. This is YGFOC doing all of the things it needs to do to beat this type of deck. So, like, if you had the ideal game plan of how you win this matchup, this is it. And the pup does not get the 2 damage. It doesn't get the attack in because the Samusek kills it. So you also don't gain the life off the life tap with that attack.
Yeah, Blanque got a little possibly lucky there, and they now have a chance to heal their Samusek as well.
Yes. Yeah, the Samusek's going to get to be healed back up when this attack in lane 2 is made.
Well, not anymore, right?
Yeah, the Guise of Phobos lets you just hit face instead. And so, like, Samusek's dead now, but okay. Blanque's still looking in a decent enough position if they can out this. Like, if you can get the Phobos minion off the field, still looking good. But that was definitely a timely Guise of Phobos.
That was an interesting choice.
Yeah, I don't know that it's the line I would have taken. I guess, like, they thought if they didn't out the Phobos, they would lose. So you just do what you can to get it out. But this is a lot happening at the tombs with the double autocam. So you can mantle the oak and make this exchange. And then establish bull. If you want to eat the 5, you can pact and then swing the oak.
I don't think mantle would work, right, because of the armor. Unless I was missing something.
Oh, yeah. That's focused one. I was... Yeah.
It isn't the other flag.
Yes. But still pushing Blanque down to 8. Let's see. It's Blanque looking to top deck. What's a good top deck in this spot? Effigy is going to do. Oh, Plague Maidens. That's a solid find. And with the Olama, the statue off the clay effigy actually does contest the 2/1 if they wanted to hold that block. Like, if you had to be blocking lethal, you could. Because you could commit the Plague Maidens on the left, and the statue still eats the 2/1. But this is still looking good now. They did have life gain in hand. That's not a bad find. Let's see, do you...
Yeah, the bull is generally just a really good card.
Yeah. So Smite puts them to 10. Yeah, attack, so now you can Smite to 6.
Oh, more life gain.
Oh, yeah. Life gain again. And that's one of the neat things about gaining life, just kind of mechanically, is it, had they gained a whole bunch of life at the beginning of the game, it it still means the same in that you have to take the same amount of damage to die, but finding it in little chunks like this as the game goes on kind of changes the checkpoints, if you will, in the sense that you might be at this stage of the game setting up a specific lethal with one life total in mind, and then if it changes, you may have made a play that you kept something in hand that maybe you didn't need to, because now it's kind of been blanked by the fact that they've gained the life, because the lethal that you had open is gone. And it's kind of neat seeing small bits of life gain as the game goes on, and how that can affect play sequencing as opposed to just a big gain like at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big differences between card games and a game like chess or whatnot, or Go, where you have the unknown information that makes it hard. Makes it hard for AIs to play and be good at as well.
Yeah, CCG AI has got to be one of the most difficult things, because especially just thinking of being on the opposite side of the table as the AI and wanting it to play kind of like a human. It's just impossible to actually mimic human decision making like that.
Yeah, there's so many variables, there's so many cards. It's interesting. It's an interesting problem. Blanque got a really good autocam arbor start. For an early game Forge deck, I think that's fairly ideal in terms of letting you dig early, which is what you want.
Yeah. The ignition go back, and then the bowl activation.
And those bits of life. Oh, sorry. Those bits of life are so good at keeping you alive against an early rush as well from Carbide Arbor.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a really fine tuning point. Just 4 life each time, but 3 of them and you've got 12 life.
They do pick up the sideshow. And that is a good thing to stick now with no Mythin in hand. On Blanque's side, they don't have a good way to out all of this. But they do have good contesting blocks, and, well, now a Sapo. So it's not all immediately outed, but Blanque does still have good minions to play into this field. And that attack with the statue does mean that the Blight will kill the bull. It had the Blight 1 off Plague Maidens. So bouncing the statue like that, putting it to 1/1, you do get the Blight killing out the bull now.
Yeah, and all of a sudden Blanque is at 21 life.
Yeah. Blanque was down at 6 at one point. They find ignition again. So let's see. You just kill off the... Well, you can't kill off the 7/7 in lane 6. It's... yeah. Well, I mean, you can't. You have to attack, but then you also do get the Plague Maidens. Yeah, I like this. See how they choose to sequence this. And then you make the attack with the 2/2.
Oh, I think they might have misread it.
Yeah.
With the armor.
They still had the line to attack with the 2/2 and then take the Maze of Iatiku. They've got 12 life with only 8 showing on fields. Like that wasn't decisively game, but it was close enough that they went ahead and moved on to game 2.
Oh yeah, totally understandable.
So game 2, MythinginAction and Blanque. MythinginAction on mono blue Valks this time. And it looks like Blanque has changed lists as well, obviously. In Conquest, when you win a game, that deck cannot be played again that match. So the deck that MythinginAction just played will be available to them. They could have played it again this game if they wanted to, but they decided to switch to mono blue Valks. So yeah, let's see. You can, yeah, just make that contest, attack with the scout. Moving into double block this in case of ignition.
Yeah, I think it's just trying to, or they're just trying to prevent the transform, right? As best as they can.
Yeah, and moving the scout stops that because the Blanque did have the ignition on hand, so that was a good play moving the scout, because the play then is to ignition the minion in lane 1 and swing in, and then the acolyte flips. So doing it this way, you still get a chance at getting this attack in.
I guess MythinginAction had the ability to use Sea Haven, right, to kill the acolyte, but it's probably not worth the cost.
Yeah. I don't know if maybe Blanque misclicked.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think Blanque may have misclicked. Axolotl intensifies. Yeah, it looks like Blanque misclicked. They meant to use that activation on the Knoll so that they made the exchange. And that's actually a costly mistake, because you take the damage off of the Knoll effect and then the attack itself. So that's like a 5 life point misclick. Not committing Field of Poppies yet. I think I get a little too fixated on staying mana efficient and would like totally just play Poppies, so I wasn't leaving any mana up. Did you just... Yeah, I was going to say you could clap. It's a little soon to commit it, but it lets you just push damage. But you do get to slam. How much damage is this going to be on the left side now?
It's a good amount.
Yeah, 6, 7.
Yeah, that's a good play.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That'll be game.
That's it.
Yeah, the double wings in hand, you won't get to use both of them. Like, one of them was just sitting dead in hand, essentially. And it was just not a spot you come back out of easily. So it is 1-1 in this match of MythinginAction and Blanque. I don't know if you followed the saga of Blanque, Fu, but this is actually someone... Oh, which one of them is it? We have 2 people in the chat who changed names to be Blanque and Juna because they get teased in chat a bit about being a couple and just not knowing it yet. And so they leaned into it a bit and changed names to Blanque and Juna.
No, I've been pretty busy and I did not follow that part of chat. That's hilarious for that part of the community.
Yeah, one of those fun little community evolutions that you get to see.
And it's interesting here that both MythinginAction and Blanque are playing the Blanque and Juna portraits. So I think it's like someone's trying to shoehorn in on the action. And Doper got nerfed, right, the last time around. So
yes,
it makes this less of a. Otherwise, it would have had a bit of an advantage.
Yes, it would.
In this particular confrontation.
I mean, you can still kill it out of hand and then get the Acolyte attack in. And then you also push the 2 damage in lane 7. Doing it that way.
Flare. That's a different way to do it.
Yeah. Oh, Blanque's playing Colosseum, so they didn't want to give the Colosseum stack, would be my guess. You also have the utility of keeping the minion in hand, lets you, potentially find lethal with it out of hand, which is something that this deck's looking to do. It has the potential to do quickly enough that I can see doing it that way. Now, I think when I was quickly glancing at these lists a minute ago... Okay, no, they have Shinobi of Wind. I was going to say, I think this is the only stealth minion in this list, so it's not too much of a giveaway, but they do have the Shinobi of Wind. This list also plays back channel captains, which has me excited.
Yeah, you don't see that often, do you?
I lost to it a couple nights ago. I was attempting to get a few games in as the season wound down and was quickly put in my place. Now, Shinobi of Wind... Yeah. So both stealth minions in this list have the same health. They could have killed the stealth minion and made the attack in.
And the new season starts on Monday, right?
Yes, the new season begins Monday. I believe it's at 10 a.m. Pacific. Don't quote me on that. We'll check it between matches. But new season does begin Monday. It's not personal. This is such a cool item. An item that you want to use on an opposing minion. A lot of the items actually have text that won't let you use them on opposing minions, and then some can be, but why would you? So I like that we do have an item that is actually best used when used on opposing minions. So I think if I'm mything in action, I'm looking to just pack the Yahui and swing. Likely shuffle one of the duplicate wings. Maybe the oak to hold double wings. Having them at 11, you might have the chance to like wings into wings, on consecutive plays and find lethal.
It's not personal.
Okay, so now you can shuffle ignition, kill the, yeah, make that go up 5 and continue pushing damage. It's a good spot to be. That'll be game. So that is the match to Mything in action, 2-1 on Blanque.
So the new season, I looked it up, begins at 2 p.m. PST, 2200 GMT.
Okay, so 2 p.m. PST, 10 p.m. GMT on Monday.
Yep.
Okay, and we'll just go ahead and jump into an ongoing match again. Let's see who we can find. We've got Madoka and Tempest playing. Jump in on that. Oh, we may have jumped in just as Tempest won. Yes, we did. Jumped in as that match concluded. I see that happen with so many events that I watch, that like if the casting team jumps in, it's about to end. We've got Tech and Logic in game 2.
I noticed a bug, so I'm gonna grab my logs.
Oh, okay.
Just a second. So I can track that down later.
It's always funny to me when I'm like watching someone on Twitch and I see a bug. A few times I've made a Twitch clip and then posted it in Slack when I've noticed like visual bugs and stuff. And, hey, check this out, guys. So Tech is on YG, and the llama comes down. Logic is... Oh, wow. Yeah, so this game's been going a good minute. Is this the side effect of a sandscape? No, likely just 2 minions. Oh, well. Maybe. So, how is Tech going to play this one out? Let's make that attack. This is lighted,
Oh, wow.
so it's dying.
Tech is fully kitted with artifacts.
Yes.
Already. Okay, this is turn 12.
Yeah,
There you
it's...
go. It's been going for a while.
Logic is playing Ghoul. When I was thinking about if I was playing in this event, what would I want to play? And YG Disc was like one of the decks I was wanting to play, but I don't think I would have, depending on how likely I felt people would be playing Ghoul now. And we do see Logic having it.
And that's because of Ghoul's ability against the Necromantic.
Yeah, you don't want to get the disc activation and then just lose the min. It shuts down so much of that deck at once that I would have been. I was flip flopping between that and like OP mid Coliseum as my last deck. Logic is going to go ahead and scoop that one out, seeing that they likely did not have the gas to make a comeback against what was likely going to be an explosive end game, as an explosive top end out of Tex YG. So, see if we can find them again. I lost them in my list. It is okay. That was 1-1, so we'll be going into the last game of this match now.
So a lot of players expected us to nerf Necromantic during this last balance patch, but do you remember what the win percentage was for Necromantic?
Not offhand. It usually floats sub 50 though.
It was around 40%.
Yeah.
I think it's 39%. It was in the latest blog, or not the latest blog, but in the blog that accompanied that the balance patch notes. So yeah, there wasn't much chance we were going to nerf it based off of that alone.
We do see tech now on OP Conquest this game. Logic has not changed lists. Tech is playing Kova. I like that. Yeah, this looks like a cool list. Anytime I'm casting these and I'm looking at lists, I immediately go into poach this and go play it when you get a minute mode.
You can just copy the deck right out of the replays, or if you're a tourney organizer, you can copy it immediately live, I believe. Or maybe not. I don't see an expert button. I've already forgotten the interface for copying a deck.
I didn't know we had a button to copy the whole collection at once. I was looking at the collection menu when we had that bug waiting to deploy the patch that was not displaying collections.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking then and was like, oh, I can copy my whole collection at once. And almost immediately I messaged Manted Man and said, hey, I think I know the next thing we want to do with Hub, and that's to allow people to actually keep an as up to date as they keep it collection on Hub, so that when they look at deck lists and stuff, they can actually just see, okay, I'm missing this and that, if they can't get to the game to look at the list that way because of that collection button.
It'd be nice if we had like an API that allowed people to sync their Hub account, or at least get their collection automatically. Someday. Krilltech has managed to get pretty decent use out of his storied mortars. Both of them have been buffed.
Yeah.
One buffing the other, and the other being buffed by Coliseum. Though I don't see a good way for him to get the exchange here.
You can play the Moonblade and then use the hook to just pull the one cost. You pull off of the enchantment and then make the attack to make the exchange, and then Moonblade gets buffed. So yeah, Moonblade 5, and then you hook the minion off of lane 2 to lane 5, and then you can exchange them, buff the Moonblade, and it eats the block.
Yep. That sounds like that's a pretty cool move.
This is my weapon.
developing the arquebus is probably better.
Yeah.
Sometimes the most elaborate play isn't the best one.
It's got the most steps. It has to be good. Finding the Seal of Exile. Going ahead and using it.
Yeah, the arquebus can be so annoying.
Yeah, like you have to just get it out with the seal. I always dislike having to use seal when it's when the mana and gem loss is so impactful still. You know, when I'm at like 9, fine, I'll seal something big in the late game. But when you have to, you know, negative tempo seal like that, it can keep you behind enough that, you know, it can be quite painful in some of these mid-game spots having to seal like that.
Yeah, definitely. Turn 5 seals, something that you probably want to avoid if you can. But Logic is in pretty good position just to press an advantage now.
Yeah. And I like this, playing the sand scale down, getting...
So I think using the seal then was definitely the right call.
Yeah. And Tech does find the angel. You can move the lion, attack into the scion, and then clean it up. Yeah.
Yeah, the angels definitely the play there.
Yeah, and now this demise damage will end up just going face most likely because you can't kill the angel with it, so. So they'll just look to contest, just not contest the angel, and instead just look to outclock Tech and push as much damage as they can.
Yeah, and with Danger Zone, that's always an imminent possibility.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
A sneaky card.
So Tech has a couple options. They can Jinsook lane 7 and just debuff like the ghoul and look to begin ticking up the Jinsook. They can also go ahead and use the Moonblade and then hook the ghoul and attack with the angel.
Looks like Tech is thinking about following that complete line or whether or not they should just wait on it.
So, yeah, they will go ahead and do it this way. And that's one of the cool things about the hook is that when you can use it on the Moonblade like this, so you don't have it on the weakened angel body. move the Scion, just clean the Angel.
Yep.
Logic getting a lot of stat points off of this Standing Glass.
Yeah, it's been really strong for them.
I love the effect that we have on this, giving the move action when you use it on an enchantment. Because then, like, you put it below a minion that is enchanted, and you still get the use case as if it had been, you know, as if you had flipped that sequence. Being able to still get its effect in a sense, and then get the minion off of it to play something else on it. It's such a neat play. I play Buffed Angel. Buffed Angel. That's Buffed Jinsook. And then you can stat debuff, pull with the Moonblade. And that is going to full tick the Colosseum, so it does get them... Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good thing to find a buff on. That's something else that the hook allows you to do, and then, like, especially in combination with the Jinsook ability, is actually getting these Colosseum stacks, getting the most advantageous combat you can manage.
That's interesting.
I think it's to double move to the middle lane.
Just to block. Still, oh no, impel, right? So yeah.
Oh yeah, they
move
do
middle
have
lane,
impel as
then
well.
impel. Yeah, I think that's what you do. I guess not.
So they find the Kava. Be an easy 5 damage. That was a good line to out the 6/6. Now it's tough to play any minion into this field because it's just going to die.
Yeah, and you're afraid of lethal as well, right?
Yeah.
A potential lethal.
Yeah, I think this is likely game. You don't want to just, like, move the ghoul, play Sandscale on Sand and Glass. You don't want to just block, like, Sandscale lane 6 still dies just the same. You take 10.
Oh, that is not too bad.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
wasn't.
You're just hoping that the lethal doesn't come.
Yeah. You just hope they don't have anything now. But Tech actually gets to play a big block if they want. You can, yeah, you can just shift them off.
And using.
And that'll be game.
There we go.
That was.
I love seeing the Jinsuk move ability.
Yeah, same.
Don't see it that often, but it's great to see. Or at least I don't see it that often. I haven't watched a lot of games, especially recently. But
so I think with that
so
notice, let's see who's still going. Oh, we've got a few games still going. Okay, let's check out Lendo and Eon. Oh, Eon has a lug in hand. That's something you don't see a lot of. I think this week I noticed Wholesome testing a list with a single one of lug, so it might be a tech thing that people have begun picking up on that I just haven't caught on to yet, but it is neat to see. And now we'll see some use out of it. You come down and let's get this minion out of the way of the easy block and keep pushing damage. Now you can feast back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
So Lendo going
Lendo's,
yeah.
Double racers are really good at keeping that rush down from happening.
Yeah, definitely. And they will just float the buff. Moonblade is a good find again. It holds blocks well into this field. Now, like with the mantle, to just block to the side so you don't have the focused. But if you put a big enough body down, then oh well. This will likely just be a pact. You swing out and then play mantle in the middle lane. Yeah, that'll be the end of that one. And we have one last game going with Skint Spout. This is in game 2. Oh, I think we have finale and YG. Have we seen the finale yet? Yeah. Okay, so that explains. This one's still in game 2. They do find the Plague Maidens to light out and kill the auto magic, and then establish one, stealing 6. Let's see. Get caught up quickly. We've got about 10 minutes left in this match.
Only 4 cards in deck for Skint Spout.
Yes. How much digging have they done? We've got the Effigy, I'm seeing some auto cams. Oh yeah. I only just noticed that it actually shows you how many minutes you have left in the top left.
Oh yeah.
That's handy.
Totally forgotten I did that.
They only need 1 damage to find lethal?
That's a pretty hilarious use of Grigori Protocol.
Yes, it is. Yeah, what do they go get? Oh, what a... Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That was good. What's funny is in my head, I was like twice as hyped because I saw the 5-head BM play of ignitioning the minion they had just attacked with in the middle lane and then playing the second minion and attacking. Like, immediately in my head, that ignition was not going phase. So they'll have about 8 minutes to play out this match. You can beat YG in 8 minutes. Kudos to you.
And so what happens if they tie? Or if the time runs out, I mean. I think I just answered my own question. Haha. It's like Jeopardy. Reverse Jeopardy.
Have you been following that with all of the guest hosts that they've had on?
No, not really. I heard there was some controversy over, was Dr. Oz like?
Yeah, he was one of the guest hosts.
Which is, I can totally understand why people would be upset by that.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch because it's neat to see how each of the guest hosts, how the show changes some depending on the guest host, and they have each done a decent job of stepping in and doing it. It's been a lot of fun to follow.
Did they finally allow LeVar Burton or invite LeVar Burton to be a guest host?
Yes, I believe so.
I know he wanted to. Okay, cool. So we're still seeing quite a lot of YG being played. Forge with these arbors and whatnot.
Yeah, it's neat to see how that deck has evolved with each patch. Like it's still showing up. It's still good, but a little bit gets chipped away each time, and the deck evolves in some way. It begins doing something that it wasn't doing the last time it was showing up.
Yeah, and when we're making balance patches, we try pretty hard not to completely destroy any decks, though of course it can feel that way if that's the deck you're playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's certainly a learning process for us as we figure out how to make adjustments without destroying the fun that people have built.
Yeah, and I think at times it can feel, when you spend some amount of time losing to a specific deck, and then you see balance changes come to that deck, and you're like, you wanted YG changed, awesome, and you see the YG changes, and, well, this doesn't kill YG, I still have to play against it, and that can feel a little bad, but then, like, at the end of the day, like you said, the goal is not to kill decks and make them unplayable. Yeah, I think a deck would have to be doing something so completely game-bending and unhealthy that, we couldn't justify it existing to go to the lengths of killing a deck. But definitely toning them down is always welcome.
I think this is another case where just having those arbors and the extra life really probably pushes this game into a guaranteed tie situation. Okay. 3 minutes left. And with the extra mana on Allfather's Horn, it'll take 3 more turns for Elantris to be able to get to the point where they can use it. So that's probably not looking like an obvious option. But they're going to want to try to push as much damage as they can. In the time they have left. So I think we were talking about ties earlier, but if the game ends, it doesn't matter who is up on life. It'll end in a tie as long as they're both alive. And there's 2 minutes to go for that.
So, yeah, it is always a painful situation going to ties and going to time, and then like it can affect the outcome in like top cuts and stuff when you begin looking at bubble matches, and it's so neat to me seeing the impact that ties can have on the event as a whole at times.
At this point, I'm just crossing my fingers and hoping that the code works for handling the tie, because it's such a hard thing for us to test in terms of ending the game properly and things like that. But setting up that situation and testing it, and when it's potentially a fairly complicated piece of code,
yeah,
to manage is ooh, they're going to try. I don't see.
There's a lot.
No.
Yeah, but we've got...
Yeah.
But now they know that lane's open. You do lose the focus damage. So it does cost you 2 on that attack, plus the attack that it blocked. So they did save themselves 7 that way. 5. They would have been at 5 if that all went uncontested. But they did have the icon blocks. But now you know that this 6th lane is open. We'll likely see the Sapo come down in that lane.
Yeah. We're 10 seconds out, though.
Yeah.
Oh, did it not end properly? This is what I was afraid of. Or is this just a...
This is just a spectate thing.
It might be a spectate thing.
Let's go look.
I think it's quite possible that I didn't program the spectate to end when that happens. I think it ended properly for them.
It looks like it.
Thank goodness. My stomach dropped for a little bit there.
I can imagine.
I'm like, no. So, is Marcius manning the tournament management?
Yes.
Okay.
So we've got a couple minutes until the next set of matches begin. We will be back when they do. And we've made it back in time to see the next set of matches. Fu has stepped out, and Midge has tagged in his place. So, hello, Midge. Nice to talk to you again.
Hello, hello. Happy Saturday, everybody.
Yes, it is indeed the weekend. The best time of the week. You know, all the best stuff in anything happens at the end. Like, best time of the week, weekend. Best time of the day, the end of the day, you get to go to sleep. Like, all the good stuff happens at the end.
Could you argue, though, that, like, the best time of the day is in the morning because you're still sleeping? And it's, like, a brand new day, so everything starts fresh?
I guess. Like, if you go by the clock, then fine, but...
I mean, I'm a morning person, so, like...
Oh, no, not me. So, who would you like to jump in on today, Midge? Who do we want to watch?
Let's jump into Dryas there. They have a pretty interesting list. I'm also throwing you a bone because they're doing blue, orange, rainbow.
Ooh, thank you.
And they're also running 3-color tree, which is interesting.
Neat. Okay.
And it's got Bald Mountain in the tree list, so that excites me.
I'm less excited about that.
Well, that's exciting to me.
I've Bald Mountain's in a good state now. When I began playing way back in the days of alpha and client built in black and white and all the way back when, Bald Mountain was kind of silly, just how good it was, and it's left this deep well within me of, man, I've lost way too many times to nutty Bald Mountain plays.
What, like, what's wrong with double freaking Murmur, right? Like,
which is actually something a lot of people haven't been playing. Like, we do see it in this list, but I've noticed some people cutting it now. Now we moved its cost up to 7.
I mean, it is expensive for the cost, but like just being able to take 2 things just seems really good.
Yeah.
This orange-blue list, like we saw last open and the past few weeks leading after that, just kind of gets damage out of nowhere, which is really interesting. It looks like they've added a few more fragile synergies, like with Shatterstone and Claim.
Oh, neat.
I didn't see those as much last time.
Yeah,
but
same.
that kind of adds a nice little synergy with Fragile. But also, their opponent running orange-green control, which I was thinking would be around because of disc being a thing.
Now, and which is kind of funny because, like, that evaluation of it, I'm totally with you on it. Geodisc is a deck that I've loved, and we see them on Seasons instead.
Yeah.
And I do like seeing the Angelicism in this list. That's such a cool spell. Just exchanging the 2 minions. When we began playtesting this set, this latest expansion, Angelicism was one of each gym, and it was nuts.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was good.
Did you play Pyre here? You can play Gates. I think Gates at 4 to like,
I think I'm playing the enchantment and then playing the lamp. I think this is the best.
Okay, yeah.
This is the best situation you'll likely find to actually set up lamp until the late game. So if you don't want to hold lamp until way late, you want it now. But they have chosen just establish the body instead.
I mean, those were pretty good draws there too. One from the Divination, one from Rainbow. And there's a Horn, okay. I mean, I think you set up huge turns here. I would actually burn Lamp at this point. Because you have all the blue you need.
Yeah.
And I would play the plateau at 3. Or 4. Just to set, like, the next couple plays up. Because, I mean, they're not under an intense amount of pressure. I mean, 5 damage is a lot, but it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Getting the free mana for the enchantment. I mean, they can play Shatter still at 2.
Yeah. Yeah, you can still Palace. You could shuffle Palace to play Speedway. Yeah. And then this still does let you put the lamp down.
5. Yep. Was Lamp in the last list too, or is that a new addition? That seems...
I think Lamp kind of floats in and out.
It seems really, really good, or just really bad. Like, it does something twice, right? So, if it does the thing...
Yeah, well, in these lists, like, it's a good way to deck thin, because you can basically always stack an enchantment and then hit it on instep. But it is slowed, you know, it's not that you get a whole bunch of stuff now. So you have to find time to play it when the fact that it doesn't have that immediate impact is not going to be so tempo negative to you that it puts you out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, but this green-orange list that I was looking or trying to tweak, it's pretty much coming in and being anti-disc deck with cards like, you know, with Exiling, Temptations, Scions, all those kinds of tricks to get away from Seal, or to get away from the Necro plays. And
yeah.
That's an obvious play there. To play the Trickster in front so you don't take the damage, the unnecessary damage.
Yeah.
And then you just... Acknowledging that it's going to die regardless, you just throw it on your 5-3. They just throw it on their opponent's 5-3.
I think I would use it in lane 6. So that they can't attack the Academy Analyst and kill it.
Well, it has the Academy... Oh, it does have, yeah, had Lurker, I was thinking, but they would attack with the 2-3.
Yeah, you can make the attack in lane 7 and then the attack in lane 6 to take the Analyst. So that's what I'm expecting it to
put
be
it
on.
at 7 too. You know,
Yeah,
like,
to catch them out.
they could put it at 7, so then they have to attack twice to deal with the Trickster, and then it double trades, which is phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, but now that you
They
find the
just ignore
field
it
of
altogether.
poppies next to the palace, now they'll just be looking to end the game.
Palace, yep.
Yeah, now you just look to close the game.
Now you just teleport everything over.
And that'll do it. And that is what that OB list
Attack
is
out of-
so good at, is combo killing out of hand.
Yeah. Like, just massive... Like, how much damage was that? Far too much, I think.
Yeah, it was 20 plus.
Yeah.
We'll jump in on game 2. Eon is now on OB. If you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah.
And this isn't the same match we had on.
The 3 color.
What match did we just watch? I'm blanking. Yeah, well,
Oh, you're
they'll
right
get
there?
about.
I mean,
they'll get about
get
5
it's
seconds
Saturday.
of that.
I understand it's Saturday, but like, are you
Hey,
alright?
man, I had a long day, and then little sleep, That's funny. Okay, so they'll get about
we're on
10 to
the- we're on-
15 seconds of that
on the-
game, and then jump to this one, in which we have YP
Yes, we're on the-
Seasons.
It's the 3-color seasons.
Oh, yes it is. That's the Bald Mountain. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to see this
And then
list.
back at... Yeah, this list looks
Oh, this is the one, like,
crazy fun.
was it Tufaka was playing last time?
I don't know. I think Tufaka had less. I think he splashed purple the other way.
Oh, yeah, it was
It's used
YG.
things like Mind Freaks.
Yeah. And this is YP
It's a little
splashing
heavier
YG.
purple.
This is neat.
Yeah.
This is one of those
Yeah, I saw
splashes
this
that
list and I go,
becomes
"This is the nice
significantly less enticing if Plague Maidens gives you a yellow gem.
Oh, absolutely. This Plague Maiden's really good now. It's interesting though that they don't have a lot more green to deal with disc. Like lead strays and stuff. Because what do they grab from Bald Mountain? Balance doesn't seem the greatest. Like, Mythin seems okay.
Well, they've also
Or
got
equipments,
the equipments, the vicious cycles.
Yeah. I think even splashing in like 1 or 2 lettuce strays, depending on their list, of course, just to deal with extra copies of Necro and
Yeah, potentially. I guess it comes down to how heavy you want the splash, because it does the double gem changes a lot of splashability.
yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I was trying to craft this the orange green list, and it just didn't seem like powerful enough. It's a bold move there, Cotton. I guess then you just correct
Yeah, and
equipment.
then you equipment and it
Yeah.
dies.
Yeah.
Nice
There we
and
go.
easy.
Nice
And-
and easy on the one sitting here questioning the play.
They've got these double equipments loaded now, so when they do want to access the splash, they likely don't want to do it by shuffling the Bald Mountain. You want to
Yeah.
keep the Bald Mountain so you can begin making use of it.
Sapo's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think you need to draw cards here, so I think you get the 3.
I think I'm shuffling Coxing Establishing Moon.
Giving something +2/+2 and warded is nice. Or just, yeah.
Yeah.
And it, like... Now you don't really want to attack into that?
I can
Ooh,
just
how does
shuffle
that
it out.
work?
Yeah, so you do go ahead and... This lets you play the Bella?
Yeah. How would that have worked if you would have angeled and then attacked? Because you would have been able to steal their thing, and your creature would have been occupying the moon.
So yeah, that's fine. It would still shuffle. It would have shuffled back into the deck. It goes. Ugh.
Like, would it go back
Apologies,
to
I'm
yours
blanking.
+2/+2 with warded?
What was that?
Would it go back to your deck as +2/+2?
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Since it's
So
your
like,
creature?
it's still going back to the deck
Okay.
that it began the match in. Yeah,
I just didn't know how that interaction works since the minion was already occupying moon before the turn. Like if it was one of those things that the minion, your opponent's minion was occupying the moon. Like how does how does that interaction work? But that seems like another play you can just do outright just to. Play that far away from stuff.
Yeah.
Push damage.
And they just keep building up the Bella?
Yeah. I mean, this Bella's under no pressure.
Yeah. Like, you know this isn't a deck that's going to angel you.
Yeah. I mean, Mythin's like your biggest fear, but... Okay. The big Moonblade.
We've seen a lot of Moonblades today. Fu and I saw quite a bit of it in the last set of matches.
I mean, it's just so handy. Like, it just... The hook does so much. Like, the Moonblade body is fine. It's just the hook does so much extra.
When I was talking with Fu about it, we saw it in a lot of OP Coliseum lists. And it's especially good then because you get to always take the advantageous combat and be building up that Coliseum stack.
Yeah. Like, it just works so well with trading with your opponent effectively. Like, you set the terms of blockers, and it just matters so much more.
Yeah. It can also be used to help you sneak lethals and stuff by hooking something to open an attack someplace else.
Yeah.
Which is always neat, too.
I think I saw that in one of the other games, too. Like, they moved a hook over to free up, like, 2 attacks in one of the lanes, and then just won the game.
Yeah. Like, as an example, in this field, hooking Contagion Oma, and then pulling the Jaza lets you attack the Moonblade to the face and things like that. But you can open up lanes with hook that way.
Jane. Okay, Angel's a card.
Yeah, we do see an Angel now. They don't have the gems to access the Angel, though. They don't exactly need to at this point, but it is something they'll need to be mindful of. But, like, at the moment, you've got Bella stuns if you have to do something. You've got Iku in hand. You can just steal the minions. Like, you've got so many non-Angel ways to deal with basically any field that shows up.
I mean, you can Angel steal even the Moonblade, or Moonblade the thing that gets hooked. Or, like, Angel the thing that gets hooked.
Yeah.
And then just steal something like that. Because then you steal the hook, too, so, which is pretty handy. God, and you can't play Harpy or Sapo with Murmur hanging around. That's a tough spot to be in. Yeah, shipping Harpy back is fine.
Yeah.
Cannon doesn't do much here.
So now do you just move this a lot and steal the 6/6?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's looking good.
Yep.
This is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a Mythin to
Yeah.
help get out of jail there.
Yeah, that
I mean,
should...
you Mythin and Plague Maiden and just blow them out, really.
That should basically be game.
You can Sapo the 6/6.
Yeah, it's not, like, actually ended yet, but it's close enough.
Yeah. I mean, you could Racer 3 Sapo it. Killing the 6/6 and your Racer.
You actually get an awesome play if they can top a gem to make it happen. If they Sapo the 6/6 and you top a gem to make it live, you can play the 2/1. Oh, it's Sapoing the Bella. Okay. I was gonna say you can play the 2/1 down opposite the Sapo and then Angelicism.
Mm-hmm. Well, now they just...
Oh, they didn't get the gem to make it happen. But, yeah, you get to just bounce it and end the game that way,
They just detain it and just hit lethal anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... See, I think playing Sapo on 2, even with Sapo's stun, like, it still prevents that damage. Like, that extra 6 damage. Yes, it's your creature, but I think... Getting rid of the 6 power instead of the 2 power just seemed better.
Let's not mess up this time and jump into the match we mean to jump into. Hey, look at that, we did it.
And... Alright, we're here. Green Purple Coliseum.
Yeah, this Wipey Coliseum is kind of cool. Again, making good use of Moonblade.
Mm-hmm. If it's purple now, you're gonna see Moonblade.
Yeah, you get like the Moonblades to help get you the attacks to get the Coliseum stacks. You've got Mutton. Mutton is so good in Coliseum. Mutton's good anyway, but Mutton has that double use in Coliseum lists that it makes a 1/1, so then you just get to plow past it and get the stack.
Ship Doper back here? And then throw a Venom Fang down? Or I mean, I guess you kind of wait to see where they put something. You just trade here. Yep. Maybe play another Doper? Or Boaster. Or,
yeah, just gonna float the buff.
Yeah.
I like that as well.
Yeah, yeah. That way you have Venom Fang again next turn, or another Doper that you can make strong and make them deal with it. Just extra blight it for good measure.
You get Blight 1, and then you get Blight 1 again. Which, in this game, does not lead to Blight 2. You don't stack abilities like that. It's just the highest instance. That
Not how that works, everybody. Not how that works. Don't try that at home, kids. You could actually play 2 here. You can play Doper. Yep. Plague Maiden there.
Yeah, you just buff it and then equipment.
And then here you go, have some more blight.
Yeah. Have less blight.
Did I ever tell you? I think I did. And I think people get annoyed with how much I say this. But I love the new Plague Maiden. Like,
I do too.
I love it so much. The changes that card went through have been insane.
It's definitely been one of the most changed in, like, actual gameplay implication.
Yeah.
Then I just play a god.
play the god, you know?
Oh, and we did just see them shuffle away the mutton.
Yes. Which, looking on the opponent's side of the field, doesn't seem like fun for them.
Yeah, this is a good time to play this, knowing they just shuffled mutton.
Yep. If Yara gets one activation, it's worth it. Knowing that you can grab a mutton yourself.
Yeah.
Because now they need... Does that list run Racer at all? It does.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
I mean, if they draw a Racer here, then it's okay. Again, Winter coming into effect here. Not with armor anymore.
Oh, they can still do it. They can buff it and then play it, but they didn't find it. So this is
Yeah.
good.
Venomfang down. Play the guard.
Yeah.
I mean, do you crown the god again?
No, they needed to stat buff, so they've got time to wait on it because it's just Blight 1. What do they find off of this activation? I love the suspense while we wait to see. Solid pickup.
Oh.
Excellent pickup, actually.
Vanguard protects Yara again.
Yes, it does. I mean, they had it anyway. They can sect it to debuff. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. Good find.
Yeah, I mean, you just play the Vanguard at 2 to prevent damage. Prevent the 3 damage, and then just make Yara not be able to take more than 2. Insane. Oh, I forgot about the Plague Maiden play too.
Yeah, you
Shrink
still
my
get to
minion,
also
shrink.
play Plague Maidens.
They might also kept the crown to play on Sapo, because there's not much that just directly deals with Sapo when it comes down. So the following turn they can...
I think I'm playing Pentacle now.
Oh, yeah. Pentacle on the Vanguard, and just
Yeah.
blow stuff up.
Yeah, because then when you make the attack, you also get the blast to take the Plague Maidens out.
Yeah. Maybe ditch the Vanguard and bolster for potential Sapo next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you shuffle the Idol back, you get the second effect, which isn't going to mean much because the Pentacle will apply the same thing. Yeah. But that happens. The
Blow
blast.
stuff up.
But this does mean we'll get a second activation. So they'll get to steal something else.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not a mutton.
Man, finding a... Oh!
Oh. Well, that's a banger.
That's a... Yeah, that's a hell of a find.
Do you throw the Harvester down to bait the Sapo?
Potentially.
Or even the Kuxinga to, again, threaten? Like, Like, bring out your Sappos. Yeah. Bring that out. And now you Midas through the Vanguard? Right? Like, you just Midas 3 and it's neutered for a few turns?
I don't think you need to. It's blighted anyway, and Pentacle has the focus too, so it's still putting in damage.
Alright, you gonna crown the god again? Or are you gonna Sapo it?
Yeah, we do see the big Sapo.
Wow.
Yeah, no joke.
So that's an 11/11 Sapo.
Yes, it is. That is a big boy.
Yeah, you can't even cruelty it because of the damage. It does damage, which is prevented by warded. Crown Sapo draw cards.
I like this. Just establish a body. Keep up the punishment.
Oh, perfect grid. Hi.
Let's see.
You can't pitch anything back though. You don't want to throw Harpy back. And you don't want to do Harvester.
Yeah.
Maybe you throw Harpy down and then cure the Vanguard?
They will go ahead and do it.
Okay, or they do. Killing the 6/6. Oh, and then they itemize it on their own. Yeah, draw, you're under no pressure. You could always just Sapo. You could always just crown the Sapo.
I want to see, and it's not going to happen now, and I'm kind of sad, but I wanted to see the flex play of Pentacle Maze.
Why not, right? Armor.
I've pentacled a statue off a clay effigy once. That was fun.
This is one. Well, it comes back to the statement we made before. Don't punch it. Don't punch statues. Statues can punch back, but it's better for the statue. I mean, there's no real threat here. I think it's fine to crown the Sapo at this point. Because you'll be able to get... You'll potentially keep it alive for another turn, and returning a Sapo to your deck is better than it going to the Boneyard.
Yeah, I guess the thinking is they have an additional chance to do that when it's -1/2 because of the blight.
Yeah.
And so instead you get to float the buff now.
I mean, you just race her into the Sapo here, right?
Yeah. not gonna happen. So they will get to...
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I mean, they do still have quite an a heavy opposition to contest.
Yeah. Mizen Crown. Yeah. Then you can play Harpy next turn.
Yep.
And now it doesn't just... Racer just doesn't take it out. I mean, you could hook... Well... Hook on Perfect Grade seems really good, doesn't it?
I mean, it's dying anyway to the Blight.
No, I'm just saying set it up for maybe later on. But even with the Blight, got it for like a turn. What fun plays can you do this turn?
I don't think they have much left to do except, like, buff Maze Path. Buff... Yeah. Oh, gonna kill that off now to get the Maze?
It doesn't have the Blight anymore.
Yeah.
So next turn they'll be able to draw a card.
Yes. Yeah, that was a cool line to take.
Could you Racer Pentacle here to get rid of the Moonblade?
I don't think it's that big of a deal.
You can also do this to get rid of Perfect Grade, but it's gonna be neutered in a turn, so...
Yeah.
You could also Harpy into Racer, giving it Slayer 3 to save Pentacle for something else. Or put it there.
I'm just gonna go ahead and take the Maze, not let them find anything off of it.
There you go, Racer. You can't take more than 2 damage.
Yeah.
Ow.
So you move and take. Yeah.
Damage to stuff.
Yeah.
Being mana efficient here, you could... You could -3 this and Venom Fang Mutant? Or play Koga Imposter?
Yeah, I like playing Koga.
Yeah.
Go ahead and debuff.
Yeah, I mean, that card was just sitting there. Now, Harpy removes that, right?
Yes, it will.
Just cleanses it. Yeah.
It will do that.
They hit their own Yara. I mean, it doesn't hurt you to Harpy here. Well, it's not great. Because it dies to Cruel and Racer.
Yeah, it does. But like, same can be said of basically anything you would play. So
Yeah. Look that.
yep. Now, is this the only stealth they play? Was that like a good job scouting the list? Looks to be. Yeah, so they did know what that was.
Yeah. Interesting. A striking Viper.
It
I mean, with Coliseum and Bolster.
yes,
I mean,
with buffs, it is awesome.
it's a 4/4 Alpha Strike that can actually attack stuff. Seeing that they burned the Harpy, they can just go in and do the thing.
Yeah.
Make sure Yar doesn't get attacked. You hit the Moonblade here, right? Like... Oof. Well. Well.
Yeah.
Better to be lucky than good, I guess. Now you just Harpy the Moonblade.
Yeah, it's definitely what I'd be doing. Yeah, you get to cleanse this now, and then...
I mean, I think you put the Viper back and then you just bolster.
You want the mana anyway, you can just hold it. Because they had to pay 2 to the effect to cleanse the Moonblade.
Yeah, so it's saying, like, I mean, you could have used it to bolster now and then maybe bolster again next turn, especially if Sapo comes down. Oh, they have nothing. Dryas is not a lot.
Yeah, you do get this kill at least.
I mean, you get to double kill it.
Yeah.
But it does... Do you... Well, I was thinking maybe you corrode it so you don't get the Coliseum stack.
Potentially. That's a solid find. And a big snack.
Bum ba dum bum bum. You almost have to corrode the 4/4, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I don't think there's a whole lot in their list that deals with a 4/4 Alpha Strike. Alright. Like, most things die to it. Like, mine is your bombs. I think most of this stuff dies. The list. Yeah, pretty much everything dies.
Yeah, this is not a good spot to be in. Especially, like, knowing what is still in hand and what's to come, we can look at this and, you know, just kind of say, wow, this is... Oh. Not.
Yeah, cause you could have.
Oh, okay. It's just like the concession, almost. You know, like it's they don't commit the Koga. No
Well,
need
I
to
mean, you
yet.
still could have buffed it and then corroded it to make it a 1/1, which is, you know. Well, that doesn't feel good.
That's a good find. Moon. See what you can find off of it. I like that. Shuffle Koga. And then just Mythin.
Yeah.
You eat 5 damage. That's fine.
More Shuffle Razorback, yeah.
I don't like that as much because you have Moon on the field now. Oh.
Okay.
I like that play, actually. Do you make the attack onto the Koga and then just Sapo lane 1?
Yeah.
You eat the 7/5 at that point, which feels a little bad, but you get the maze off of it anyway, and you have an 11/11 Sapo.
Yeah. Which even a Mythin doesn't care. Like, you don't care about it. Heck, you can even shuffle the Cookzinga and make it even stronger by bolster it. I'm just saying. Again, not the best play, but it's a play. Running out of time here. Yeah, well, you can still...
Gonna
yeah,
keep the
still
7/7,
do it if you
okay.
want. Keep the 7/7.
Yeah, I guess a
And now
7/7
there's
and a
the-
9/9 beats having an 11/11 and a maze.
Yeah. Now you just hit the Sapo here, right? Attack and attack. Interesting.
Oh, this is what we talked about, finding lethals with the hook.
Yep. And now you just pull it over. And
Yeah, now you can just move that and lethal.
Oh, the 1 damage with the snake.
Looks like that was the last... Yeah, that was the last...
That was the
last
last game.
match.
Alright, let's take a look at some of these results. 2 Facos, 2 went 2-1. Aether went 2-1. Shadow 2-1. Rognarr showing another strong showing, going 2-0.
Yeah.
Nosebatter went 2-0. Tempest beating Rune.
Oh.
Grudge matchup.
Yeah.
The
That was the podcast matchup.
yeah, that's Minmax. Oh, look at this, and then you have Minmaxer and Wholesome.
Yeah, look at that. Okay. So we will be back in about 5 minutes. We've got a little bit of time between matches, so we'll be stepping away. But we'll be excited to see you back as we look to move on to the next set of games. And again, I will quickly point out that if you go to the missions tab in game, we do have a new daily login system, and collecting those logins to get to the 7th day to have the chance at the exclusive cosmetics, definitely something you should be doing. So if you have not done so yet, definitely find time today to do that. And we'll be back to see how games go as people look to move into day 2. The top 8 will be playing with $1,000 in cash on the line. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay, and welcome back. We've got matches beginning, so we'll be jumping in on Tufaka and Tempest, both sitting at 2-0. Tufaka on YGP. This is a list they played in the last event. I don't know if this is the same exact list, but they played this in last season's end of season event as well. And Tempest on this is the disc. They
And
have
Tufaka
finale.
just played my favorite thing in the world. You just mind freak the Necro.
Yes.
Turn it off for a bunch of turns.
And Tempest does have finale. Fu and I saw quite a few lists now without the finale in it, following the change to 8 cost.
Yeah. Hey, look at what do you know? Another mind freak.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really afford to do that now, but like you can do that next turn.
Yeah, now it's play one of the
The
Mythins.
optimizing here. Yeah.
Yep, nice and easy. Get them off the field.
Flag for 0. Look at those dragon sleeves, though. Well done, Tufaka.
So, what in Tempest list actually gets salvaged back? What do they use the salvage on? It's not
I
the
don't
Poltergeist?
know.
Yeah, what? Oh, okay, we've got the Baba Yaga's Den.
Baba Yaga, yeah.
Oh, and then like the tank and the hell, yeah. So the top end and the Baba. Cool. Yeah, salvage is cool.
Salvage is cool. I like it better in the green-purple variant because there's way more to reconstruct. You just take the 7 ring here, right? You just say,
Yeah, most likely.
like, make that cost 10 and say, by the time you use this, like,
Oh, hitting the magma
good
with
luck.
it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess with
What's-
Mythin on, like, in your deck still, like, 7 ring doesn't matter to you.
That seems a little odd to me because not much in Tufaka's list dies to magma anyway. Like, I don't know that I would have made that
Now,
same
granted,
decision. They don't have a
Tufaka
lot of
has
hits.
another Mind Freak in hand.
Well, yeah, like when you've always got it, you've always got it. But
You could potentially even extract lifed it, right? Because they have to pay 3 more on top of that.
yes,
So, I mean, that's also pretty good. Because then you know your big stuff's just never going away. Right? Like, in this list, you extract life, your list is safe. Like, your artillery is not going anywhere. Your Sabo Wing's not going anywhere.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, not under a lot of pressure. Draw some cards. Mind Freak something. Or Corrode. Alright. So then you solo... I mean... Yep, Mind Freak the 7 rings now. And then you put a Corrode back to play it on the 3/4? Oh no, they put on the extract life. Okay. Bella, now they just 7 ring. Essentially.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, now they
Now
just
you do get the calculus.
absolutely. Yeah, now you just calculus for a bunch, or that.
Okay,
Whatever,
I guess
whatever feels better, right?
when you
Well,
have it, you
also-
have it.
Yeah, and having Necro and Magmatar at both a 3 health, like it's
Yes. Smite
not the end of
damage
the
is
world.
beginning to pile up, though.
Lose to Smite. That would feel bad. Necro. You could technically detain bounce that and kill it.
Battery up. Check fire. Repeat. Check fire.
Yeah. And this is why Mind Freaking Extract Life is so good now, because that artillery is not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to be at 10 mana.
Yeah, I mean,
to
I think
kill
you.
it.
I think you detain here, and then you just bounce it next turn. Or corrode it.
A lot of dogs.
That's a lot of dogs. Puppy power? I mean, how much is this artillery hitting for?
One of the neat things
11? Oy.
that we could see happen
Oy.
in this field is, like, if they play a bunch of the dogs, the calculus actually doesn't take all of them. Because
Because they're not
the
all
dogs
up,
on the outsides won't have the same stats as the dogs on the insides.
I was actually just going to ask you about that, because I was wondering if doing it, like, hitting the 1 for 2 or whatever, like, then they all die, and then all of them have 2. Wow. They might just be dead next turn. You don't really want to play Helicarrier again, right? Because it just...
Yeah, this isn't looking good.
I think they actually are dead here.
I think they should have gone to 10 and killed the auto magic. Yeah, they had a chance to kill this auto magic and didn't, and you would have gained 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about. Because the canines on each end don't have 2 canines adjacent to them, they don't have the same stat lines. So calculus actually isn't as effective as it could be in these. Oh man, what a find.
You're into another artillery.
So you just activate this,
Ow.
play the second one. In lane 1. Oh, they don't have the mana. I can't count.
Yeah, yeah.
I was off
I was
by
like,
one.
what are you... Like, what are you...
Yeah.
I don't
No.
see it. What's
No, it's fine. I'm just awful at the game. I can't count.
What does that say about me? What does that say about me? That feels bad. Yeah.
Yeah, now
I
you
mean,
get
you
this
have to
kill.
at this point. Potentially. You could have. Well, they extracted play.
You
now
have
can
to
just play
auto
back
cam
and talk.
calculus now.
To stay alive.
And yeah, like, the only play is auto cam calculus and hope they don't top wings.
Yeah. But dogs are good.
Oh, they don't have enough mana to fully buff each of the dogs and find lethal that way. It would have been a funny lethal. If you could fill all of these lanes,
Yeah.
the 2 dogs that could have attacked would have had lethal damage. But this is still game.
And that's... yeah, because they just...
Yeah, it's just game.
Yeah, no matter where you put it, they just put a dog, 2 dogs down and just attack the space that's not. Road. Well, no, it's still lethal.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe it's not. Nope, it's still lethal.
Yeah, so what's happening now is because they know the auto magic block can't save the lethal, they activated a spell, used the auto cam, attempted to find something that might have saved them. Still couldn't, but did have a playable spell. So they went ahead and used it again to get the auto cam and attempt to find something again. Because you know the auto magic's not going to do it. But Tempest has a lot of dogs.
Yeah, dogs are powerful. Did he hit him with smite?
Yes, that was the
Did he
smite
do
lethal.
that? Okay.
All we need now is the Axo Dab.
Do it. Oh, Tempest.
We'll jump in on game 2 of Tempest.
Tempest on his best Tempest on his best behavior. Alright, let's go to game 2. Green blue enchantment. Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, this is.
I mean, I lost to it this morning.
You missed out a little while ago. I was explaining to Fu. I played a couple nights ago, just getting some games in close to the end of the season, and got blown out by a back channel captain.
Oh, good. How'd that make you feel?
I'll send you the messages sometime. It's not something I could say again now.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
So, we'll likely see Shuffle Clap play Null. You could coin Sven, but yeah, I like this.
Yeah. Let's see. Plague Maiden the Null? Yeah.
Yep, that's the way to do it. So you can debuff the Plague Maiden, and yeah, you don't like that.
Yeah. Then
So like the second line,
Oin Pyre?
the second line on Tufaka's behalf then would have been
Just Pyre.
playing Maidens in 1, taking the face damage, but not opening up that attack. That way you keep the Maidens. And Tempest is just gonna stack the field.
Value man.
Jeez, Tufaka, stop having it.
Oh,
Come on.
he runs 3 and hit all 3. Oh boy. What does he run 4 in this list? You run 4 in this list? Either way. Got 1 left, okay. Either way, that's gross.
Yeah, you can bet it's on top of the deck too.
Oh, absolutely.
I had a game.
He's using Foresight. He's using Foresight secretly.
I had a game one time that I got my coin snipe with it. That felt bad.
Oh wow, that would turn one. They coin you. Ooh,
So
they
do you
hit the
home
coin.
field advantage to keep the minion on Null alive? Yeah. Yep. I like it.
And then swing for damage. And then you find a giant stairway. All right.
Ooh. Finding the mutton now is nice. You can go ahead and set up the second gem if you want it.
Yeah, there's nothing you want to mutton here. I mean, you can anyway. Just trying to think of a play for Tempest next turn. They stairway the Null. Right. Extra mana, play home field at 6.
You can home field lane 2. Attack, and then you push 2 damage with the attack on 2.
Yeah, couldn't you stairway though too?
Well, you still can. You can
Yeah.
like
I was
home
saying
field.
stairway 2, get that a lot of extra damage out, and then keep that alive still, and then home field at 5.
Yeah, I think the actual. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Now you have coin available if you need.
Replace Null with Null.
Yeah.
Trading. Yeah, but say, do you coin Gatekeeper or Bragi here?
Yeah.
Dying to a statue. I remember, man, those statues are deadly, man. They punch back. I have fallen out of that card of Revelation.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 5 mana to draw 3 seems like a lot. Like, let me say it again for the record. I'm a terrible player, so I could be missing something, you know, something completely insane, but... Nine is back, you're under no pressure.
And Faka has the
Or-
Defy
got it,
Death
I
in
think, right?
hand. Well, Faka's holding Defy Death.
Ah, true. That. Yep. Stairway there.
Let's see how these attacks sequence. Yeah, so Tempest did sequence the attacks well to leave Faka on the lowest life he could when the Defy Death activated.
Yeah. And now it's Misanthropia or bust. Oh, my Broggy.
Now you bounce the statue.
Yep. Corrode that.
So Faka doing a good job staying in this one.
I mean, you recruit at 6, and then Kara at 4, right? And pretty much say have Myzen.
Yeah, most likely.
Well, you could do um, recruitment at 6, so then your token's stronger, and then you car at 7. You keep that out of the way.
Oh, yeah, use it on 5 to get the token on the enchant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
Yep. And a Maelstrom, in case they needed it.
You know, just in case.
Let's see.
So what do they... Do they have a way out of this? I don't think they do. This is...
I think Mythin was their answer.
Even that doesn't save them at this point, I don't think. 6, so you...
I mean, it keeps... Maybe... well, no, Blanque's gonna...
They still have 6
steal
damage
Kara,
showing
but,
then?
like, that doesn't feel good. You can't steal Kara. Muttoning Kara doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way. Yeah, Muttoning Kara is like the best you can do.
Now you, like, I guess... Double debuffing a minion doesn't save you. Oh, ooh, it does. By 1 life. If they double debuff the lane, the middle lane, then only 8 damage is showing.
And then to hope to draw Mythin.
Yeah.
Well, no, they have focus, so that wasn't. That'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I'll go to.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Not winning with Horn. Defy Death, it's a card, folks.
So let's see what else we can find
Tempest
to jump
Road,
in on.
Nosebatter. Ooh, Shadow and Rognarr going in at game 3.
Yeah, we can jump in on that.
Or we can. Yeah, let's jump in on that. Let's see. Rebel v Rebel, here we go. Strap in. Value City. Look at those. Look at the duck sleeves.
Yeah, I do like those.
Those duck sleeves are great.
Back when I was casting weekly events in Alpha, we used to basically, on a match-by-match basis, have a little segment in which we decided who won the sleeve meta that match.
Also feels good to have a master here. Or Shadow.
Yes.
I mean, you just put that at 3. And
Though against OP, it's not as good. Like, you can always
It's not
expect
as
them to
good,
have
yeah.
the mutton, the seal of exile, the, you know, like, they've got good ways to out it,
Scion.
actually.
Scion also deals with it.
Yes. Yeah, OP's, like, kind of uniquely slotted to handle MOS quite well. But we see 2 almost identical lists, actually, looking at this.
Mm-hmm. I think
The
Rognarr
top
Shadow
end
replacements with
changes
each other the other
some.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, Shadows doesn't go as top end heavy, but... Yeah, this is looking... Like we could be settling into quite a long match potentially.
Pay your premiums.
Broker, yep. That is a 3-3 broker. That's a 3-6 broker.
Yeah. It's
That's
not be taken lightly.
I'm not having them do anything that relates to my bank account. They gonna make me broke.
So one potential play was to Scion flip that and then attack. So you just get the kill. But instead they'll just chip away at it and play the Jazza. And then you'll likely see this minion move left. Yeah. So that goes left.
To the left, to the left.
Yeah. When I was in high school, we had a math class that we talked about moving decimal places, and the guy that taught the class used that song as a I don't know now why we had to move decimal points.
Oh god.
But he was like, yeah, it's easy. You just you Beyonce the decimal, and we all looked at him, and then he acted it out, and I was like, okay.
No, that's great.
That is the last Coliseum stack. Mutton is so good with Coliseum.
Yeah. The weak broker is getting chased by the big broker. Do you throw the storied martyr in? Yeah.
Yeah, just like that.
So couldn't you throw it at 4 just to get the +1 effect and then... Ow.
That's a thing. That's a way to do it.
That's...
Do you just play the Jazza lane 7?
This is my weapon.
6, I suppose, but yeah.
And just...
Same thing. Yeah, you just look to play the Jazza. You don't want to commit the MOS yet. I like this. And then you...
Attack Racer.
yeah, and then you just buff. And then Scion.
Make that strong. I think you Scion here.
Yeah, I'm just Scioning lane 6. I suppose lane 5, if Shadow has Temptation, it is open list, so to be able to see that. No Temptation, so you can just Scion 6 and be happy. Oh. And then you can float the buff, okay.
I guess then you play Scion on 2, so it'll kill the Moonblade, so you don't have to worry about it getting pulled. Because Armageddon Angel, I think, is just dying this turn. Oh, okay. Master.
Yeah, but they do have the Scion in hand. Like,
Yeah.
you have to hold Scion against this list because you can't let them get the shadows with the hook on it. It's so good. So you have to just go ahead and Scion now.
Holding the token. Yep.
Yeah, you have to flip that and go ahead and make the exchange. Get the spell back, buff, and attack.
Oh. Well, hello there. Angel.
Angel's an option. Honestly, though, I like playing the Moonblade in lane 7, pulling the Scion and getting the attack to the face.
I mean, if you follow it up with... I kind of like putting parry at 4 first, and then blade at 7. Only because if stuff stays alive, they can't. Like Scion trading, not necessarily trading, but hitting the 4-5 is okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you've got like enough solid lines at this point that deciding which one to take.
Angel, yeah. Angel's not bad.
Oh, that's a good
I mean,
find.
it's a 5-6 now, so.
That's
then
like
you
the
just get
ideal
fucking
top
creative
end of the
and feel
5-6 Angel, though.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, man.
So, what are your thoughts about changing that card to not make it so good?
I mean, I think it's fine as is. It's 8. It's expensive.
Oh. I mean, that was the perfect draw for it, so it's fine.
Yeah, like it's going to definitely look as good as it can when it's played in the situation that it's as good as it can be. Like, that was the best top deck against that Angel.
That timely perfect grade.
I find the Kova.
Hit that, blow stuff up.
It's a fun fact, Midge, because I didn't know this. Maybe you did. We'll find out. Have you noticed
Probably
that if you
not.
look just below the menu button in the top left, you can actually see how much time is left in the match?
Oh wow, I did not actually know that. Great.
Yeah, that
You
I didn't know that
I
until
don't think
today.
I played a tournament. I didn't, I don't play tournaments, so I wouldn't notice. Scion feels good. I mean, you're facing lethal on the other side, so hit it. Ave.
Oh, that's contagious. Why would you do that to me?
Sorry. I mean, I know today's early for you, but I've been up since 5 a.m. my time. So,
Yeah, it's funny. Most nights, I'm up late enough that with the time gap between the two of us, I'm able to, like, when we planned out today, I was able to message you as I was going to bed because you had just gotten up. I'm usually up until about 2-ish my time, which is about the time you get up.
Yeah, around 5 a.m. Having kids is great. So Rognarr 2-0'd.
Yeah, let's
Nope,
check
that
out...
skips back with...
Who do we still have going? Oh, we have Swellzong still in game. We can jump in on that. Yeah, we've just caught the beginning of this last game, and this match is 1-1. And we've got YGFOC against BG Spells. So Swellzong has been playing in events since like Alpha. When we had old weeklies, Swellzong used to play in them all the time, and they've always been on blue something. They used to play a lot of blue yellow enchants, and lately it's been BG Spells that they've been on, but they've always been into blue and something.
Let's see.
I like this list. This is kind of like the OB lists, in the sense that it's looking to combo kill you out of hand, but it does it with spells instead, to build like OTK damage instead of the enchants to build a big field that way.
I'm sorry, no, where are we at again?
This is Swellzong's match.
Ah, there we go.
This
There
looks
we
like
go.
a good time to go ahead and establish the spell flux.
Yeah.
We actually did, in last night's patch, fix the Spellflux Academy bug so that they all spawn as 1/1s. The one on the left does not spawn as a 2/1.
Oh, I did notice that, yeah. I guess because it counted as a spell with with that on the stack, but yeah.
Yeah, so now they all spawn as 1/1s. They used to all spawn as 2/1s way back in Alpha. Like they would spawn with the buff, all of them did. But now none of them do.
Play Samo Snack. Do it. Oh, disappointed. Samo Snack with the Forgeling out.
Yeah, Samusek would have been good against this field, because they have all of the tokens to attempt to get in.
And you just throw the Forgeling at 1 or at 7 and say, here you go. Because 2 of them can't attack. I mean, they all technically can't attack. I mean, I still think you ditch the detain here and Sabo Snack. I think dip the one. See, I still like the 1/1 Forgeling at 7 because of the armor 1.
Yeah.
And then you pitch back the detain still, and I think you then play Arbor. Well, you can't because of the 1/1. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think you take the 1/1 Forgeling over to 7, and then you just burn a detain. And then you have Zulia next turn if needed.
Zelua can just eat this 2/2. See, I don't like exchanging those. I would
Yeah, I
have
don't
wanted,
like exchanging that either.
I would have wanted to use the Zelua to make that attack, and then just put the 2 to face.
Putting that there also works fine.
spacing out like this to avoid the blast.
Yep. Satellite the tower? I think you satellite the tower, put the 1/1 in front of the tower, because now... Granted, we can see that they have magnets.
Potentially.
But
I think I like Zelia. Just go ahead and establish it.
yeah, because things still can't attack. But them not being able to draw an extra card from burning seems pretty good. Put that there. Suppress the thing. Don't suppress the thing.
The second spell
That form lightning
flux.
just kind of blows you out. Yeah, spell flux. That's a lot of damage.
Samasek's gonna eat most of it though.
You just attack with the tower first. Yep.
Yep, and then you get the focus. This is a good spot to be in as Swellzong. They have plenty of spells in hand to out blocks and the double spell flux. So as they out those blocks, the attacks gain in size and can look to push out the lethal. Like this blight, this
Speaking
is
of
lethal.
lethal.
Yeah, you just double lightning and then you get to hit with 11 attack. So this will be game. So, yeah, it's not quite lethal yet, but let's see. Clap. You go to 7. Yeah, this is lethal now. Clap puts them to 9, and you gain 2 attack.
9, yep.
And then you play the lightning and gain 2 attack again.
2 more. And lightning. Bow. Out of nowhere, technically.
Yeah, the clap was a good top deck to actually fight that lethal.
Yeah.
We have one last match going on. Lendo and Kova.
See what they got. Kova's got green purple disc. With White Moon Arena, I am a happy man. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Oh man, Kova has quite the chain set up.
Uh-huh.
That poet's pulling back a minion that pulls back a poet that'll pull back. Like they've got quite the sequence lined up on that.
I mean, they terminus. Iku.
Yeah, you kind of have to calc the Iku.
And then you White Moon the 6/6. Yep. Then you just...
Yeah, so you calculus the
I don't think you
Iku,
need the other White Moon.
White Moon the 6/6, and just move left to get the maze kill. Gonna push the
I mean, I don't
damage
think
instead.
I don't think the maze matters. Them drawing one card is...
Well, it's the successive mazes
Just happened to
because
be
you
that-
don't
it just
have
happened to be...
additional
Yeah.
follow-up.
Eisen. I mean, now you just sacrifice. That's a big racer. For what it's worth.
I like that.
Now, you could technically fight the racer into the token, right?
You can.
I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? Because it just makes the other thing stronger. Makes the next thing you play there better.
Yeah. That's a timely detain. You shut off this sequence
there's enough
of
mana.
Yeah.
Nameless Poet's a pretty nice addition there. I haven't seen too many of them. And then that goes away. Oh boy. What a good boy you are. What a good boy.
Yeah, Gallows Boy, again, one of these minions that sits so well on White Moon because it doesn't take damage back on the exchange.
Yeah, discarding, that's fine to look at the top. Fixing your deck is good. Well, that feels bad.
We'll do some digging, see if they find anything.
Now you poet, I think, right? And just
Yeah, this is likely just
poet
Poet on
agree
White Moon.
and say, pick something to take, right? Like,
Petty insults.
poet there and say, take something. Tough call here for Lendo.
Yep, I like that.
Yeah.
Like, you've got enough life that the 7 to face if they choose to attack out is not a big deal. Ooh, Night Hag's a good find.
Night Hack is a good find. Yep. Throw that there. Granted, Helicarrier kind of did its thing already.
Well, at 9 life, though, the attack that it has is actually kind of meaningful.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is looking good now.
Grabbing a Harvester off the top is also good.
Yes, it is.
What do they have? Do they have anything they can get back with Harvester? With the Poet? No. They just essentially stop them from doing a thing. If they take the Poet. So not the best play. Hero creature type.
Yes.
Are there any other heroes?
I believe so. I think
Am I being dumb? Like, are there
I think
heroes?
Gog's one. that in this list? Let's see. No.
So we're gonna make a hero deck then.
I think we have two.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
they do
We're not
exist.
gonna make a hero deck. And now the dogs come out. I mean, you fight with the hag here, right? Oh, you don't have to. Never mind.
Yeah, you can debuff. And then Gallows Boy duel. Attack
Yep.
with the hag and then fight with the nameless poet. Oh yeah, you can just clean the maze too, I suppose.
Make that stronger.
I'd just be cautious about leaving it up in case they find the second one and get to just play out these canines in hand at no cost.
Well, Foul Harvest isn't what they need.
No, it's not. This is not looking good as Lendo.
I mean, they can't kill the... They can't kill Gallo here.
No, that Gallows Boy is safe. That's Gallows Man now.
He's pretty beat. He just skipped teenagers. He went from a boy to a man.
Yeah.
Just at least he missed all the drama-filled teen years.
No joke. Sign me up.
It's like what happens when you my wife's a teacher, so I'm going to start with that. It's when she teaches high school, so it's like when she goes in for her special days for school and stuff. It's like you see the kids walking around, you're like, what happened? Why are you 5 times bigger than me as a human being? Like, what happened in life that you just got so much bigger as a human being than me? Pretty good spot here.
Yeah, that'll be
I was about
game.
to say, there's not a whole lot there to.
Yeah, most matches hit that point of inevitability. Yep, this one's done.
Like white mooning something just feels great.
Yes. Okay, and that looks to be the last of those matches. So, again, we will be stepping away. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to continue with the next set of games. And again, keep in mind, top 8ing today advances you to day 2, in which the top 8 will be competing to collect QP. That's qualification points to the championship at the end of the competitive season. And we have a 1K cash pool in top 8. So we will be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, and welcome back. We have the next set of matches all posted up. We'll be following one of the 2-1s this time. What do we want to watch? Oh, we've got Petamax.
Minmaxer versus Petamax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The battle of the maxes. If you lose, you have to change names. You have to be Petamin. And I guess Min.
Or now you have to be Min.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. I like Minmax. They're running similar decks, right? The red
Yes.
orange aggro journey-ish list.
Yep.
It's like rebels, but not rebels.
Yeah, Petamax is looking to kind of sustain the game a bit and gain advantage as it goes on. You have like the Wings of Abaddon Panacea play, Hades, stuff like that, as opposed to just finishing the games out quick, topping out on Kova.
Red orange was a list in aggro that I was like looking at, but there's so much tiny removal early with like ignitions racers, the whole bit, that you need to, if they don't have it, it feels great.
Yeah.
But if they have it, it feels incredibly awful. Now, let's see. Minmax has Trickster.
So how does Petamax play this out? They could attempt to just stick the dashing in lane 7. It's usually not a safe play against this deck, and that's likely why they won't. But they could actually get away with it at the moment, and I don't think they know it. So I want to see if they make the educated guess and actually set it up. Looks like they will.
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Slide it over.
I'd love to see this go unpunished.
Give everything rush.
Now, do you play the enchant in the middle lane, make this exchange on the left, and just push a bunch of damage? Do you look to establish a block? A lot of options at the moment.
Yeah, I think I established the enchantment in the middle.
And then push, what, 6?
I think pushing the damage, and then next turn you can set up like martyr play with wings.
So just play these in 1 and 7? Yeah. Oh, 6 and 7, okay.
Okay. It's just
Now, this Jaza is going to be
minions.
awesome.
Minions galore.
This is my weapon.
Yeah, Joss is really good there.
I think you take the 1 in 7, then double attack into that.
I mean, yeah, that's a lot. Oh, that's a lot, though.
Yeah, it leaves 8 up, which is not fun.
Yeah. I mean, it technically
The
was 10
activation
up,
and the
but
single attack.
You keep the 2/6, yeah, to keep it healthy-ish.
Yeah, make that Change.
And now you just... Yeah, I think now...
Now I'm
you
establishing
steer
Destiny.
Into,
Yeah.
yeah, Destiny into... I mean...
Let's...
To do anything else this turn? You push 11 damage.
10. I think you push 10 and play the minion instead, but yeah.
I mean, the board for Petamax doesn't look very good. Right now they're playing... They've got one minion on board. Like, they can play one minion. And then Carnival next turn is just really good. Even Temptation. Spear. Oh, putting it back. Interesting.
Just get a temptation?
It's just a
Pushes 9.
I mean, the token doesn't go back to hand, so that frees up slots.
Yeah.
Belief is truth.
And there's that. Do you carnival into something?
Man.
Oh. Yeah, it's just... Well, you could technically burn Broker, which doesn't feel good. But you can attack with the 2/6 wings, sacrifice it, and then attack twice to kill the 3/6. And then push 4 more damage.
Yeah, they do get the life tap, so it's like offsetting. So essentially they
Yeah.
take 2 net.
Wings, sack the...
Yeah.
And now they have potential lethal next turn, right? Depending on... Obviously, depending on draws and everything else, but... You just carnival wings and just end the game.
Yeah, it all depends on how the blocks come down.
There. You just throw stuff in front now, right?
Yeah, you can take these wings.
There. Yep. Rebel and Journey is really good. Boy, an ignition right here would be fantastic.
Yeah, ignition would be the play. But yeah, you do this, see if you can find a minion.
Preferably one of, preferably a red minion, but yeah, I was supposed to say you play
So
that
you
one.
flex. You go get the lookie, shuffle it, and then play the second one and play a lookie.
Yeah. I think you burn the Rioter here. Now you do that next turn. You Rioter and then play the Martyr.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Sacking that, killing that. Seiko.
Ooh. Magma's a solid pickup.
Magmatar's... Magmatar's good. I still think.
So you Magma
Still
6.
lethal though.
You Magma 6 and then block off of the wings. It's fine. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you Magma 6 and then you Ghoul to block, and then you
Yeah.
only take 5 total. At least with what they can see, like what's being concealed.
Yeah, they look at it and say, that's 5. Yeah, Magmatar.
Yeah, but it is
Could
only
you Magmatar 2
9.
though, too? Get rid of
And
the
so-
4?
As Petamax,
Ghoul.
what looks, in my opinion, if I'm playing as Petamax, as the optimal blocking situation, does still leave lethal up with the concealed damage in hand you don't know about. I want to see how Petamax actually plays. It's gonna take it that way
Yep,
instead.
I was gonna say play that at 2. Yep.
Leave these up. You can enchant lane 7, infuse the opposing minion, attack, and deal 7 face, which leaves wings lethal.
Yeah.
You can just make this attack, push 5 face and block, and then get the Venal Equinox to hand. That feels good too. Yeah, I think I'm just enchanting 7, making the attack, pushing 5 face, and then blocking the magma.
7.
You don't need to get cute with the infuse, the opposing minion play. It's not getting you lethal.
I was just thinking that, like, do you infuse it to give it additional damage and just...
I like this, actually. I like getting that. If you top a second minion that you can use to find the gem, then the Agile lets you sneak in lethal. The second magma, though.
Oh. And Ghoul in front there. Oh, that turnaround of the 2 magmas. Bum, bum, bum.
So we can make this exchange. That gets you the last stack, the last soul you need. So you have a minion coming back.
And now they just take 6. I think you play the bull, really, yeah, 1 or 7. Draw a card. You can put that card back, you don't need it. 6. Do you take the bull here? Temptation Bull. Draw a card?
Potentially. I also don't hate move left, tempt Jaza. Hope you find wings.
Yeah. I think finding the bull's nice though too because you can, like, you're not scared of Jaza right now. Stealing the bull, drawing a card. Because if you can put Sister Spitfire back, like I think you do it.
Yeah, you can't put it back with bull though.
Oh yeah.
So they would have to give back. They wouldn't have anything to give back except what they topped.
Yeah. Why I'm an idiot.
He's attempting the magma on the left and just looking to set up the lethal damage on the left side. So did we see the Jaza move to the left now?
No, I think
The old half Beyonce?
well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good find.
Because now you just sack the Jaza.
Yeah. You play that lane 2, sack the Jaza.
Wow, that turns it around so much.
Gonna make the exchange and just push face.
Yeah. And then throw. I mean, yeah. What do you sack here, though? Full? Yeah. And then you get a... I think this is over.
Yeah, Petamax found the 2 timely magmas to stay in it and likely pick up this win.
Because the temptation at the end of this turn goes back to magma. You just kill whatever they play with the magma and just attack. Like, it's not lethal damage, but, like, it's... You don't want to attack your Magnetar into that, like, game life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the top decking magma.
So into game 2 we go. Petamax on YG this time.
Is this...
On YG Safe House. Most of the YG lists we've seen today have been FOC.
Yeah. Let's see how the safe house nerf does. Let's take a look. Especially do you trapeze the... Yeah. That push the 2 Seiko. There. Don't care about that. Let's see, there's that. There, and Martyr at 7. Or Rioter at 7. Attack.
Yeah. And now that Plague Maidens isn't looking as enticing.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you kind of still have to play it, but...
Baba Yaga's Den is also a solid find. It's like... It's good into this field.
Yeah.
They do get the kill on the Baba, though. You can Destiny Infuse.
Yeah. I think you just put the Temptation back. There's nothing out now that needs it or wants it.
Yeah, Temptation isn't going to be as good against YG. It won't be as good as it was last game, definitely.
Yeah. Step back. Spear.
Boom.
Pushes forward. I mean, next turn you have Carney into Carnival, depending on draw.
Yeah.
And they just top deck a Wings and just win the game. I'm like, let's just go runner. Why not? mean,
I
that's
think
far
I'm-
from enough damage.
Yeah,
It's
it
far
looks
from enough
really-
damage.
Now, do you just Venom Fang Mutant lane 2, knowing it's going to be good into this matchup anyway?
Probably, yeah. I mean, you can also, I was about to say, you could also clay into, like, clay a normal aggro position, like 1 or 5, or 1 or 4, and just make them have less space. Oh, there's the wings.
Yep, that is...
I think you burn trap here and play the carnival.
I
Not
don't know
Carney.
if I like that. It's not doing you anything at the moment.
Well, or you can play the Carney,
Yeah.
right? Like a rioter. And maybe trap.
I think I'm shuffling the enchant, playing the 1 cost in lane 2,
Yeah.
and then making the double attacks to take both of these minions. And then shuffle enchant and take the 2-1. Oh, okay.
I think this is fine because then if the 2-1 attacks, like all the others get stronger. And also frees up wings next turn instead of them putting something down.
So now you
Plague-
Plague Maiden's
I mean, they
lane
could just
6, and then Blight lane 7. And then you can float 2 mana to a buff, and then play a buff Venom Fang Mutant on 6 with a Bald Mountain.
Just buff the Veno on 2 and just say go. See, I also think playing Clay on 4 would have been nice too. It just frees up, like, it clogs the board up. Even though they can, like, move it and everything else, like, it just clogs up space.
Yeah. Definitely plenty of
Because then
options
here,
to
wherever they
think about.
played. Yeah, because wherever they would have put their next few minions, they would have had to. Oh, okay, that's yep.
Just gonna Mythin now. I was attempting to find as many lines as I could that involved not committing the Mythin yet.
Yep, Born Again back. Plague Maiden's there. Do you play Bald Mountain and Venom Fang? And then just say this is your here's a threat. Plague Blight. And flag something. Just hold it. Just hold it. Yeah. Watching it explode.
Yeah.
Or whittle away in sickness. Sure. Temptation the Plague Maiden and kill the Born Again. It's actually a really awful play. Don't ever do that. There's Plague
If
Maiden's
they had
really
wings
good
in
now.
hand, I'd be totally down with it.
Yeah.
Well, they no longer do.
Yeah, so you Bulb Mountain the
Uh-oh.
Mythin back.
Uh-oh. And now they just get a whole bunch of stuff back. This list can't really deal with that.
Yeah, Petamax has likely stabilized enough that they should be able to win this game.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Knowing he has a Mythin in hand, I don't know what you play into this.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the Mythin in hand changes what you want to commit.
Yeah, I don't know what they can here. Like,
And it's kind of a
Absolutely.
damned if you do,
There.
damned if you don't situation. That if you commit wide to get the Mythin's gone, but you lose a bunch. And if you don't commit going full wide and playing out because of the Mythin, the Plague Maidens can selectively pick you off.
yeah, I mean, I still think you Plague Maiden here. And you Plague Maiden, the 3/3, depart that. You could even let us stray that.
Yeah, you
Let us
shuffle
stray
that back
Yep.
and then Bulb Mountain it back.
Grab it again. Gross. That's so gross.
Fun fact, Bulb Mountain used to have a
'Cause
line
that's-
of text that would make the spell cost one less when you got it back.
Why would... Wow. Okay. There's enough creatures that do that. You don't have to have an enchantment do that as well. Just rattle off free spells. Like, here, I just need gems. Yeah, I just don't... I don't think Minmaxer has an out here.
No, not likely.
Like, the only thing you can do is, like I said, Temptation the Plague Maiden and kill the Born Again. Help stabilize, but, like, that doesn't feel good at all. At this point, Red Carnival's not doing anything.
Yeah.
You can... Yeah, I think you Plague Maiden... It'll prevent them from getting another card, too, right? It'll get rid of them getting another Detained. So then you Plague Maiden the Born Again. And then take Trapeze into...
Watch me fly! Watch the net!
Okay, so I like this. Now you get the infuse. Oh, you don't need the infuse yet at Destiny.
Use... Yeah, they're still off the trigger. I mean, now you Venom Fang. You Venom Fang shrink the trap, right? Like, Venom Fang there. Or let Astray the trap, one or the other.
Yeah, just go ahead and
Yep.
be gone.
Ugh. Rage goes there.
Oh, that's a
Not
fine.
that bad. Yeah.
Does
I mean, it's just.
PETA play?
Haha!
No. Okay, so they don't have access to salvage.
They played themselves.
Yeah.
And then I think you just do the same thing. You just Venom Fang 1. Attack, attack. Scion's not bad, though. Scion there. Yep. Got a 4/4. Doesn't feel like a bad Mythin play, though.
Do you need it though? Can't you just Contagion Omen lane 1?
Yeah. I mean, I think it just dies, though.
No, you buff the Contagion Noma and then flag it and it lives. Because it'll be at 9 health. And the lion is Blight 1, so it's going to go down. Oh, like they have infused though, I suppose. So 5,
Yeah.
8, 9, yeah.
Yeah, I think you just Mythin here. Mythin play Born Again on Bald Mountain.
Yeah.
I'd be like, here, I'll trade my Born Again for your Scion. Sound like a deal? Thanks. I mean, you can even flag there. And or flag the ball and flag it. Go ahead, do it. Oh.
Yeah, I like not flagging because of the focus.
Yeah, it did matter, but
But flagging 7 would have been cool with me too. Just look to get the minion out.
yeah. And now it's time to get a bunch of creatures back.
Yeah.
Bobby Naga, Plague Maiden, and Venom Fang Mutant for 5 mana seems really good.
Yeah, it's definitely not something to complain about.
No. I mean, they've repositioned well. They've. Yeah, I think you get the 3 minions back. I think you Born Again. I think you Born Again lane 1 and you flag 7.
Now we get to stick
that-
this Contagion Oma down.
Not really fear. Really fear it dying. Born Again and flag.
I like those blocks.
Yeah, everything's blocked up.
Yeah.
I mean,
They can do
I think if you're
7.
Minmax, what do you do here to optimize?
Yeah, they can do 7, but they can't find lethal. Back that. Infuse.
Grab for 1. Infuse it.
Yeah.
It was to 3.
Getting close.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Petamax, please.
Ever before. What is that? What is in that Wonder Drug, I wonder?
That... Man.
I mean, that's almost an auto scoop, right? Like, you just kind of scoop that now.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Or do you just shrink it? Oh, and he got it back.
Yeah, you get it back and then just hold the
So then
block.
you just shrink it. I was gonna say just shrink it and. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Man, this is...
This is really grindy for a semi-aggro deck.
Yeah, they've been able to hang in with Petamax as they've just kind of, looked to exhaust them, but staying in it.
It really helps with Rebels being able to just grab more Rebels. Then you attack here, you get the other charge for Journey, getting something else back. Chipping away, chipping away.
It's complicated.
Yeah, we saw the Novitiate buff come into play, that it actually lived off that attack because it gained 1/1 when it attacked.
Mm-hmm. Well, Stag seems really good too.
Yeah, Stag pulling back, likely Baba Yaga's Den, maybe Plague Maidens, but I think you just want the Baba.
Yeah, you just get Baba and... Bardic.
Oh, gonna Contagionoma, Bald Mountain something back.
Yep.
Get the Detained.
You depart the Carney. Throw that in front. Ship the... you don't have to. You're just gonna get... You're gonna get the Stag back. You're gonna get Born Again back.
Petamax has had basically like infinite blocks this game too.
Yeah.
So that's 6 damage. 8 if you infuse. 10 lethal.
Yep, because it bounces. Wow.
I was not expecting that.
I was not either. Didn't we say, like, to scoop that up, like, like 4 turns ago? We're like, yeah, that seems good, right?
Wow. Oh, game wants me to know all about these messages. Okay. So that is 1-1 in that matchup. We'll go into the last game.
I really start having a counter of how many times I've been wrong.
So now we've got GP spells,
Yep.
and Petamax is staying on YG.
Corrode.
And maybe Spectate bugged.
Do you play... Do you make Moth a 3-2 here?
Yeah, I was Spectate bugged. Okay.
Make that a canine. Yeah, okay. I was thinking of, speaking of the induction, thinking about there's like a blue-green ACC list using like Mantle, making that a dog, and then using dog synergies with it.
Yeah, Volkov Induction's kind of neat, in that you begin to think about what non-canines do I play with induction in a canine list. And you kind of, as you begin to look at it, you go, well, then it still depends on having the induction to make them a canine. And using ACC instead, you know you get a minion to make a canine. So you can just play the induction as a buff spell with the canines, and then have the utility use of, you know that you'll find the non-canine minion.
Yeah. Which was part of my reasoning. I'm like, I'm gonna get a non-canine to get it with, but canines need a little bit something else. Just need a little something. I'm looking at you, Noah. The dogs need a little help here.
We'll see what happens.
They need help. That's a lot of damage. You just make something bigger now, right? Yep. More damage.
Yeah, this
Ugh.
deck puts out a lot of damage insanely fast. So you have to Myzen
Like,
now.
they have to Myzen? Yeah.
They can deal...
Lethal.
Yeah, Mantle gives them lethal.
Bang.
That was fast. That deck...
That was very fast.
Yeah, GP spells ends games insanely fast.
2 Moss help, though. 2 Moss definitely help with that.
Yeah, the double moth damage is
What else we got you on?
big. It stacks up fast. We got Kitsune, who just began the last game of that match, so we'll
Yeah,
jump
they're
in
on.
on that. Oh, yeah, we got YG and Obi. Yeah, YG FOC, the deck we've seen quite a bit of today.
I heard the perk up in your voice when Orange Blue came up. And you're like, OB! Ooh. Ooh. I'm an excited child on Christmas. Ooh. Okay. You don't play a blind Venom Fang mutant here. I think you forge the Helicarrier, activate discs, discarding Harvester. I mean, discarding the helicarrier is something you need to do anyway,
Yeah.
but...
So
like,
Sandscape
now you're off
hits.
Necro, but you're also not in a rush. But, you know, I'll just find another helicarrier.
Yeah, obviously. And
Kind-
and that is one
kinda
thing
what it
is like
does,
they
right?
they had the divination that we didn't see. So
Yeah. Kitsune, those card sleeves. I don't think you play Academy Recruit here. There's no need to.
yeah, I'm happy to just flip disc again in this spot.
Yeah.
You don't want to play a bunch of 1/1s into blue.
No. I think, yeah. I think it's interesting because going into this, like, Green X disc was always going to be what people were banning out. And it's just, I think people planned that and didn't bring that many disc lists. Or at least we haven't seen that many today.
Yeah. When I was thinking about the lineup I would play if I was playing today, I was iffy on playing disc because I didn't know how many ghouls I could expect to see, and I've seen it in a few lists today, so it's something that's
Yeah, I
showing
always
up and that
figured
may
that
be affecting.
Reporting for duty.
That's a bold move, Cotton. I always figured if I was going to bring disc, it was going to get banned. So bring it and bring the other, like, 2 other best decks. Like, Rebels and yellow-green artifacts. Like, and then load your top-heavy artifacts with all the good yellow stuff, like Sappos and Harpies. And say, okay, ban disc or deal with this. 4. I think you just Magnus here. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, you Magnus anywhere. Oh, ouch. And this is... That's why you burn the Academy recruitment. You would have had Necro. We discard Harvester, or... Divination, hope to find a Necro, burn your Necro here.
Yeah. Gonna hold on to it in hopes of
Well,
finding
the
the
divination
play.
for something, so... So they know something's coming. But is it...
I have to assume it's a gym to make this live.
Yeah. Um... Now these are... Those are all ones. Now, if you're Elantris, do you bait out the Misanthropia with landslide here? With their slide?
Potentially.
Because you
Yeah,
have
so
many
now
ways
you do
to
this.
get more enchantments. Now you have it live.
Then you sack.
Now
You
put
got a
this-
5 mana and get to play a llama.
Yeah. That goes to 3, and you play that to 2, and gain 3, yeah.
Yeah, now you get
What's
to.
up?
You still get to play a llama, which is nice. Yeah, you can also divination again.
Next turn, you get dogs down, and or you can Mizen and then get dogs down. Corrode there. Oh, that's a turn late for the ghoul. Bum. Shatter, yeah, shatter there. Make it a 6/6. You Poppy 2, right?
Yeah.
Poppy 2. I think you ghoul somewhere 4 maybe.
I like just floating the buff. You didn't have the ghoul activation yet, anyway.
And red equipment is nice. Green would have been better, but I think you llama ring corrode. And just put dogs down. Llama ring. Corrode the Magnus. Okay.
And we do have about 5 minutes left.
Yep. Dog 1. Dog 2.
Yes. Yeah, being gem depleted this game means you can't spam these dogs out, even though you got the mana cost mitigation on them.
I mean, you're gonna block damage here, but you're not taking any. Like, Magnus is just kind of here now. It's not going anywhere. Yep. That is a big creature. All there.
And just
I think
float
you push
mana
Earth
again.
Slide back to kill. If you put Earth Slide down, you can put Pyre down to kill the dog and the helicarrier. Because right now you don't need the slide.
I think you have to hold the slide anytime you have 7 enchants down against yellow. Like, this likely gets Myzen now, and then slide is the follow-up.
Okay, one dog. 2 dog. 3 dog. Well, that's another good card to get.
Yes, it
And
is.
they have. Oh, they have another helicarrier in the boneyard. So what do they care? Everything dies. Everything dies. Everything dies. If this is a slide play.
It's a big slide.
Yeah, it's a pretty beefy slide. They just need overrun on that 8/8. Oh, they have the combo again. Necro into Foul Harvest.
Yeah, what's coming back off of it this time, though? Oh, again.
Then
Yeah.
another helicarrier, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, do you keep it? Like,
Yeah, you don't gain anything by gaining that mana. You don't need the life gain at the moment. You just hold it.
and the 8/8 actually, like, dies to it on the swing back, so you don't get much.
Yeah.
Oh, who's favored in this match? Like, I mean, Scion helps a lot here. If only they had Horn. They only had a dream. Like, Horn here is actually would have been lethal. Which is crazy. The 4/2 it attack. The 2/3, the 5/3 comes down twice. The 10/8 attacks and then attacks again. Oof. May not have been quite lethal. No, because of the helicarrier. There have been a lot of grindy games today.
Yes. Yeah, we've had...
Especially this round. There's a bunch that went to time, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep, that's a good hit with the ghoul. And now...
Yeah, now they... Okay.
Okay, well, when you got it, you got it.
Because then that's kind of crippling. I mean, you could just get another Necro out of it, but... And then there's nothing else. Yeah, they're seeing what they got. Oh, that's pretty good. Everything dies except for that. I think you harvest? Like, do you harvest this turn to get the Necro back? I think so? No, you do it next turn. Never mind.
Yeah, you don't need to... Yeah.
Yeah, because that just gets that back. Next turn, you pop it after you discard.
And we
Interesting.
hit time.
Elantris giving it to him.
So with that, we will be back again in about 5 minutes with the next matches. Okay, and welcome back. We've got matches kicking off. We'll be jumping in just a second. Want to, again, quickly note to anyone watching, if you have not done so, log in and collect the daily login bonus. When you get to the 7th day, you have a chance at the new exclusive cosmetics that we have in place. So definitely stay on top of that. And we will be checking out some games now. Let's jump in with...
We can go to Skitspout.
Yeah, we got a skin spout match in a little while ago.
Okay.
I don't think we've seen Wholesome
Nosebatter,
today. Let's jump in on
Tempest.
Wholesome.
Yeah, let's go see Wholesome.
I always manage to find
Mono
the OB
red
decks.
aggro. Oh, coincidentally, huh?
Yeah, oops.
I'll let this one slide. I think you see the deck submissions and be like, okay, every other round we're gonna go to this person and see orange, blue, orange, and it's not gonna seem suspicious at all. Did I catch that right? Is that about how that goes?
You know, it goes.
Catching on to your trickery. I'm on to you. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. There's that.
Yeah, it's a solid find with the Field of Poppies in hand.
Yeah.
Getting to do that and take the minion.
One of my favorite cards, Crucible Flare.
So I want to check out Wholesome's this. Just Wholesome playing Geyser Phobos. No, they've got the okay. So
yeah, he's playing Alacrity.
yeah, I was gonna say
playing
which of
Alacrity, the better
which of the two agile finishes is it?
It's Alacrity. It's the better card.
It's what I've been using in my list as well. I like it quite a bit.
It just ends games.
Yes, it does. So Wholesome is depleted somewhat quickly, but they do have Feast, so that's like not a big deal. But typically that's what OB can do against this deck is exhaust them fast.
Project initiated.
Make a desert. Do 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 do. Make a desert. Do do do. I mean, they just feast here and get a whole nother group of cards.
Yeah, just Feast, fill the hand back up.
Chuck Ruby back.
I think, yeah, you keep it and then hit like lane 2 with it. Yeah, you go out this way and clean it up.
No, I didn't see it was forged. In that case, then yes, absolutely. Oh, they did it turn 1. Okay.
And Wholesome does have the wings to take the engine.
But look at all the deserts it's creating. Get 6. Oh, wow. 6 to get the bridge out. Hmm. I think. All right, I see the play. Trap into Trap to 2. Wings to 3.
Yeah, and then you just use the second one, take the minion lane 2, and then...
Let it burn.
Oh yeah, you can do it this way too.
Attacking.
Yeah, ignition 2 and then attack.
That way you keep everything's alive. Then... Draw Horn and win? Don't have 7, but draw Horn and win. Magnus is a big hit here.
Yeah, Magnus is... Well, you get to Magnus and Singing Stone. Push 6 damage. Huh.
They can also bridge in Magnus next turn.
Well, yeah, you still get to do this now. It's just... You lose the damage to play the additional body. Yeah, you slow play the damage on the middle lane attack.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah, it would have
For
been.
that now. Hang on. They... Goes to 6. No, they don't have enough. Never mind. I mean, you burn trap here and wait, take.
I think you
no,
just
they're
scoop
dead,
this
so
one.
They have to put bodies down. They have to put bodies down, otherwise.
Yeah.
They were like a turn off. If they had like a little bit more mana, I think. It'd be over.
Like, the best thing you have is Wings the Magnus and then Mantle to block in lane 6.
Something, yeah.
But I think you can just safely scoop this game.
You're just favoriting blue-orange. But yes, I agree. I don't see how. Yeah. Pop that, and then just pang, bang.
Yep.
Kaplowy. Okay. I wonder if Wholesome's gonna go back on that red list. With all that, he still almost had.
Yeah, still almost at it.
Alright, Wholesome, where's your match? There we go.
I've been playing a list a lot like Wholesome's, but actually leaning into the Vamp lineup a little bit. Playing the 2-cost one and then some of the payoff stuff that you get and the blood dolls and stuff. I've been liking it quite a bit.
Yeah. You pop. There's that value.
Yeah.
Get the lug, put that down. And next turn you just kill the tree with trap and lug and
You can do it with the ignition as well.
ignition too. Yeah.
Likely see a Venom Fang mutant contest one of these 2 ones. Yep.
Oh, that does the thing.
That's a good find. That outs the Venom Fang.
Yep. Ready that. Yup.
Whatever.
There. Hit that. Draw. Hit the ignition. And then next turn it's bad news for Dryas.
Yeah, essentially.
Because whatever they draw is live. You ignition, do a ton of damage. And then you just have wings next turn. Koga posture's good. Teleport it to there, take that out. Nice.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, the lug lets
So
you take so many neat lines with this deck.
And now they need to find stuff. Ignition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, they have lethal here. There's nothing. Nothing says red like shock to the face. Bringing back bad memories. Don't you wish you could say at the beginning of your turn, I pay 1 to keep the bug alive?
No.
No?
No. I wish you'd quit asking that, though. That's a banned question now.
At sunrise.
No, none of that.
We'll be having none of it.
Yeah, so you make that attack. Yep.
And they just double burn face.
Yeah.
And then mantle. Yep. They figured they had it when they moved the lug over.
Yeah. Let's give him
Lug
2 to
putting in the
Wholesome.
work.
1-1 in that matchup. We'll jump back in.
Crucible Flare card back. Very nice. Alright, it's stretcher time, boys and girls.
Yes.
Strap in. Strap in, literally. Alright.
So, let's see. Gonna be a long one.
Yeah.
We've had quite a few long games today. Long
Dragon's
matches, I
Teeth,
should
are
say.
you a fan or not a fan?
So I actually avoid playing Teeth in lists like this. As nice as the additional damage is, I tend
Drawing?
to not be okay with giving my opponent the additional gas.
Yeah.
Like, I'll find
That's
my
my point.
incidental damage anyway.
Yeah.
I
Vicious
don't-
Cycle with it is really fun because, like, it's
Yes.
a 1-for-1. They draw the card, but they also take 1 damage, so, like, inherently it's not bad. think you just stretch her here and just... Or no. With no artifacts in play. Playing Bob the Builder with no artifacts in play. Not bad. Well, that's awkward. I think... What do you do here? I mean, do you... Yeah, ship that back and stretch her? Stretch her there.
Yeah.
Can't pull it next. That's fine. So they can't pull it. 1 damage. That damage though.
Yeah, so that'll be the easy exchange. And now you just play the cogs and
You...
win. Yep.
Yeah.
Wholesome giving him a penalty. Letting them know, hey, wait a minute. Oh, they know it too. Look at that. That's the I hate to do this to you, but I have no choice emote.
Would it be a BM if they did that before Kutzinga, right? Like
Yeah, and Wholesome has to out that.
like putting a hand on it.
No line of play that doesn't just out that. Like it shuts off the whole game plan.
Yeah. Yilly. Stretcher Arbor? Like,
I don't hate it. I don't love it.
like you get
But
a
I don't
2/2
hate it.
minion, you can't do... Yeah, I mean, you could Magmatar the 3/2, but like Harpy's there.
Yes, it is.
Harpy's just kind of there. And you can't really play anything. You can't play Forgelings like into Harpies. Like it's just not.
Because it
This is
will
such a bad
indeed
matchup.
kill them. Although
This is such a bad matchup.
we have talking about changing that in some way. But yeah, as it stands now, it'll just auto kill them.
Yeah. I mean, if it got rid of the stats, like the extra text, and just made them like a 1/1 body, or like a body of whatever size, would be okay. But just outright saying, you don't exist anymore. I'm gonna transform you into rubble. Okay, that's a thing. Do you need the lurker at this point? I mean, you need damage, right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Yeah, not a good spot.
Ugh. I mean, if you put the lurker at 3, it's a 2 for 1. Well, 1.5. And then you stretch, you play that lurker 3 and then make a 4/2 somewhere.
Sure, I'm just gonna eat the 8 damage.
You might. Yeah, that seems not like the best plan. That goes to 6.
Yeah, now you Moonblade.
Yep. Yep, give that armor. I mean, you could corrosive too, but you don't have to. That's
You
not
cycle the
terrifying.
5/6.
It gets rid of heartbeat.
Yeah. Goodbye. Then you just make a token in lane 2.
Yeah. I think you put back the 2/2 and make it a 3. I mean, it doesn't matter, but guess they're gonna see what's cooking. Well, that seems like fun. You could corrode and eraser the Minotaur. Or Racer, then play Harvester at 4.
It's should note that Bald Mountain, the only thing it gets back at the moment is balance. Like, it's...
Not good.
Yeah, it's just kind of sitting dead in hand at the moment.
Like, that doesn't feel good. They did draw Machina, which is good.
Yeah, now you just get to
Which
stack up against
notably
this.
gets rid of.
Yeah, now the balance is actually looking enticing. They did stack up the field, so now pulling back balance doesn't feel so bad.
Drawing
For the
3
Contagion
feels
Oma to
fine.
get the balance activation feels good.
Mm-hmm. Or Racer, yeah. Spirit Away, Plague Maidens, and a Theropia. Okay. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Goes there, you throw the 2/2 at it, I think. Okay. Yeah. Now you just flood the board with snakes.
Yeah, now icon comes down. You get the
Gets you
icon
2/2.
activation. You get the token.
4/4.
Yeah.
Make a Kraken. He's turning it around though. He got past like the danger part of this.
Yeah, Wholesome may have stabilized. Though that is still a
Which is weird to say.
massive hand.
The field the way it is. The way the field looks right now, it doesn't seem stable, but it's stable. Not anymore. Never mind. We were joking. You. Oh God, what do we do? What do you do? What do you do? Then
You just commit the
Like-
Contagionoma on the Bald Mountain. I suppose
no,
not.
I throw Plague down at 7. I put Plague at 7 and
Yeah, then yeah.
erode it just because the mountain's gonna die anyway. And it's a statue. I sequence that kind of stuff wrong all the time. Like, I'll foresight first to be like, yeah, this seems like a good idea, and then I just arbor and I hit nothing, and I'm like, oh, never mind. that was the wrong way to go about that. Okay. Oof. I mean, I still think you Plague Maiden at 7. You hit the 4/2. Then I don't know. I don't know.
Yep, that's the full kill. I like making that attack. Stacks the Contagionoma count and pushes damage.
And there's another harpy.
And now you can just buff one of these and pass. Oh, yeah, you can also do that.
Yep. The Gigantomachina now misses that. they've got enough mana to do dashing at 7 and then just throw some Fortunes down.
Yeah.
And do the damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Like even killing
Yeah,
the
you
war
can play this
documentary
down.
seems fine.
You take the Contagion Oma, and then you take... Yeah, so you take both minions on the left side of the field.
Take war doc. Yep. Yep. Now leaving Contagion on the field seems bad, but you had to get rid of war documentarian. Perfect grade comes down and blows you out now? Or Harvester at 6. Also that. I think. I mean, should I? Okay, should I do that for 6? Hitting for 4.
Though they should have divination and then done that. Unless they did and I missed it. They did, okay.
Yeah, they did. I mean, yep, make that.
It's Contagion Oma damage is just chipping up each time.
They kind of have to like kill it this turn, but with the field the way it is,
Yeah, good luck with that.
like. I don't. With open list, so you can't play perfect grade right there. Like Giganta Machina. Oh, this matchup though. Oh, it hits the snake.
Yep, found one.
Oh boy.
So which side of the field do you out now?
The left side. And then you just use 2 mana to... Oh, okay. I guess it doesn't matter, because now next turn you can do it anyway. Burn it, you won't do it.
Yeah, this
You won't
left
do
side of the field, the Contagion Oma is showing less damage than had you magma'd.
Yeah. I mean, as you magma, it just dies, because they just do 4 damage to it, and it comes in for 6 anyway.
Yeah. Just gonna play the Plague Maidens. Did they get anything back? They could get back like a Moonblade. Okay. Gonna let it continue ticking up. Now,
Magnetar here.
still not gonna magma. I don't know that I like that.
No.
Like, the Contagion
Let me
Oma
draw a
alone's
card.
dealing 5. They have a line to
Do
lethal.
they? That's what I was just thinking. I don't think so. They spirit away that. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Hit face, and then pass. Contagion Oma's gonna go to 6. Oh no, they missed the lethal.
Well, they already attacked with. Yeah.
Yeah, they had lethal in
like
hand,
Racer.
though.
Yeah. Yeah, Racer.
Yeah, they had lethal in hand.
They still do?
No, now the life gain happens.
'Cause now you. Oh, with
Wholesome's going to
Arbor,
6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surviving.
Man.
Ooh, if Wholesome pulls this out, I mean, there's not a lot going on over there. I think they still have lethal? No. Yeah, they do. Yep.
They still have it?
Zulia gives Racer +3.
Yeah. It's only 5, though, yeah? Oh, and then Zelia itself
And
hits,
then
yeah.
Zulia attacks.
Yeah, that happens, too.
That also does the thing. Yep, there it is. They found it. Bang! Oof. They got there. They got there. That was a good game. That edge, that like, there
Yeah.
was turnarounds, not turnarounds, and what else is going
So
on?
Tempest is attempting to stay undefeated. We have the last 2 undefeateds in the final game of the match, tied 1-1. So I'm gonna go jump in on Tempest's game.
Let's go. Hmm. With 4 health.
Yeah, so you get the kill on 7.
Pay your premiums.
That. Draw the card. Didn't burn yet, so you could play the Heaven and Back.
Yeah. Yeah, you get. Yeah, you can heaven him back
The Scion.
the Scion's an angel. You don't want to heaven him back it.
Joel. Yeah.
So yeah, I like this too. Just establish the next body.
Yeah.
And Tempest's hand is just full of enchantments. But one of those enchantments makes a body, and the one non-enchantment is a Sven. So still in a decent spot.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tough to find this last little bit of damage and close the game out.
Yeah.
Does Tempest play Sea Haven? No Sea Haven. I was going to say, you have like a potential
No Sea Haven.
cool lethal with home field advantage on 5 and 7, and then Sea Havening below the 2-1 and hitting in.
The Born. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. You've got Pyre into home field.
I shuffle Palace.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, shuffle.
Yep.
Yep. Take that out. And then you home field?
They only had 2 mana up. They couldn't.
No, I know, but like next...
Oh. Yeah, most likely.
Ow. Try to see if Nosebatter has a line here. Because you could Spirit Away higher, attack for 9. Spirit Away this Spin. Play Jariel. Yep.
Pay your premiums.
Academy Recruit.
Yeah, what do you do with that at this point?
Academy Recruit 2, Home Field 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Bald Mountain, what's available? Ballad, Calc, Clap.
Well,
So nothing you want yet. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's Academy Home Field.
Reporting for duty.
pating, pating, pating. Yeah, okay, give that fragile, yep. And then you just home field 4 and Pyre 5. Next turn. Because them killing Born Again doesn't matter.
Yeah. They could shuffle it away though,
That
and
sets
then
up-
attack.
Yeah. They need to put something in front of the 2/2 at 3. Yep. Just draw the card at 3. I mean, you could sacrifice the broker.
Yeah, yeah, you
draw another
can.
card. Oof.
That's okay though. You have a big enchant, so you can just play a big
That's a big
hollow.
spear.
Yeah.
That's a big spear.
Now you go find Clap. Calculus does it too, I was gonna say, but you can clap
Yep.
and then attack lane 2 to lane 1, and then attack lane 1 to lane 1 to win that way. But yeah, same with Calc. So Tempest will stay undefeated, going to
Tempest
5-0. And
list?
was that it? Do we have anybody left in game? We do
This
have people still in
Rainbow
game.
Golem.
Unscathed.
Yep. Unscathed is in. Alright, let's go see Unscathed. And Rognarr. Is this copy pasta snakes? No. Okay. That's a big Zulia. Or Yara. Is Zulia the Yara? put the Yara at 3. And yeah. And then I'm stumped. And then I'm clueless. Unless you put the token in front. And Trickster. Interesting. Taking the 2. It's fine, it still hits. Taking a lot of extra damage here. Snakes. Ouch. Vicious cycling the Yara.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't talk.
You hate
Yeah.
to see it happen.
I mean, you really don't. But. Yeah, chucking that back. Oh, that makes sense though too.
Yeah.
Because now, yeah, you play that there. Bob. Save them, Bob. Save them. Save them, Bob. Wow, she's a legendary virus. Interesting.
I like just putting the Heaven and back below the Zillia. And then
Yeah,
playing.
you know it's gonna die, so it's...
And then playing Plague Maidens lane 7. Bob! I'm cool with this too. Go,
Let's
go.
Bob. Hit something. Oh. That could have gone different. Got a web though. They web on 5? I think. The Zulia just dies here. Yeah. Car hit there. Reconstruct. There's the vicious cycle. Does that matter though? I think I vicious cycle the Kara. Then you Plague Maiden 3? Then get a Bob trigger to the token? Right?
Yeah.
Right? Is that enough damage? Is that enough mana? 6. You need to burn something. I think Dark Passenger is what you need to burn.
Oh, they attempted to snipe
Yeah,
it with the Bob.
3 damage removal spell. You might as well use Vicious Cycle.
This is my weapon.
Right. that's just game? No. Never mind. It's close. Then you burn that as... Yeah, reconstruct there. Yep.
Now it's game.
Token. Token, take the Kara. Right, so you create a token, a 1/1. You then steal it. Then you, yep, steal incoming. Plague Maiden, the 1/1 construct. Yep. Or the 4/4.
Yeah, you want to play the maiden now and then steal last because it'll get the buff.
Yep. Yoink! Makes sense. Bob hit face. Oh, Bob hit face.
They don't have the mana, Bob.
I know. Disappoint me. Bob hit face. Oh, that's just gonna get vicious cycled. They don't know that, but... They're not out of it yet. Okay, now it looks...
So now you cycle. You
Getting the token.
bob
maybe?
the token in lane 1.
Mm-hmm. Yara 3.
Maybe 2 if you need to take the block if the bob doesn't kill the token. But yeah.
Well, then you just lose because then the 2 damage from Null. Word Documentarian's fine, because you put that at 3. Give Deadly to Bob. Bye, Bob. Oh, wait for that. You still have mana for Word Documentarian at 3. Yep, for the block there. And then...
Goliath's Web, lethal.
Webs. Bubbing. Good top deck. GG. I mean, that
believe
was
that was
looking
the
rough,
last match.
but...
Yeah, that was that final match. So we'll be back with the last Swiss match in about 5 minutes. Okay, and welcome back. We have match 6 of Swiss kicking off. Tempest is sitting at 5-0, so we'll be watching to see if Tempest can stay undefeated going into the top 8. Midge has had to leave. He had some things to finish up today. But we've got WingedWeasel joining me on cast now. If you'd like to go ahead and say hi, Weasel, maybe tell us a little bit about how games went today.
Hey, everybody. Well, I think you can probably guess how my games went today, as evidenced by that I'm casting and not still competing. I took a lineup that I very much, I don't want to say created, but compiled, I guess would be a better way to put it, in almost literally the 11th hour, kind of like I did for the last Open. It didn't quite go as well this time. That's okay.
Well, as much as I would have liked to see you in day 2, I'm happy to have you joining me now.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. Absolutely.
So, having played in the event, I think I might be spectate bugged. Let's see. I need to make it so you can see my game so you can follow along.
Okay.
Okay, if you look in the voice chat I have you in, you should be able to see my client and follow along that way.
Gotcha. Let's see.
We'll be jumping back
stream.
in.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Perfect.
So, did you play against anything today that you didn't expect to see when you planned out what you might be playing? Like, how did you feel about the field today as having seen it now as opposed to what you guessed coming into the event?
I think for the most part, my predictions were accurate. So we were talking a little bit before we went live that Orange-Purple Coliseum is maybe not rampant, but definitely a significant percentage of people's lineups, I think, especially people that are performing well. And I mentioned it on stream the last few days, but it feels like, I guess, the worst kept secret in Mythgard kind of thing. Where
Yeah.
It was a known good deck, but nobody was really talking about it, it seemed like, or I just got that impression. A lot of people were still hung up on Disc, which seems to have maybe not fallen off. I don't want to say fallen off. Obviously, Tempest is doing pretty well, and he's running Disc. Rognarr is running Disc, and he's up there. But that seemed to be the big bad that everybody focused on. As for the meta as a whole, I know I had some rounds where there were definitely off the wall sort of things, people trying to split certain colors, so they had a tricolor that's had a sort of splash for something, but then also favored it in another list. Notably, that I played against Shadow, who had a tricolor disc list that ended up winning with that one against me. But other than that, it seems like a lot of things were falling together. There was a surprising amount, though, I'll say, of mono red tree. Turn of Seasons. That I didn't think as many people were going to be high on that deck.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see it with Seasons so much. And it's like a noticeable lineup shift between the Seasons build and the Safe House build of last patch, as well as the Alliance build we see on this patch. And it's cool to see how the deck has changed. I would have been playing it Alliance myself. Also, the Ignition just now was nasty. I would have been playing it as Alliance myself if I had played in this event. But I do like the slowed down Seasons build that can flex into the finale top end and stuff.
Exactly. I think, and it drew me to it as well because I was running it. I did not really enjoy playing Journey when I was trying it out initially, but switching to Seasons felt pretty good, and it seems to line up well against, at least for the most part, against the Rebel deck. So I felt if Rebels was going to be so prominent, I wanted something that was strong there, but I prefer it as green-red. There just wasn't room in the lineup to make that happen.
Yeah.
At least for me. All right, so Skint just actually played one of my favorite cards, and I talk about it all the time in Vestai Virago. It's another one that feels like a sleeper. It's just, I'm always happy when I can get it on the board.
Yeah, same. It's 2/7 is not like a nutty stat. Like, it's tough to kill in combat, especially with the fact that it's got deadly. Like, it doesn't feel like it speeds up the clock a whole lot until it's actually made a couple attacks, and then you go, okay, wait a minute, this is adding up quick.
Absolutely, and the fact that it's a 2/7 virtually guarantees a 2-for-1, and it's a 2-for-1 that you're likely to choose given the lurker, given the deadly, all these factors. It's just very difficult for your opponent to find a way to address it cleanly.
Unless, they have the MOS.
Yeah, that seems to be an okay answer. That seems to be an okay answer. And having played the mono red tree deck, this is the sort of nightmare scenario. I mean, there's obviously other bad ones, but I'm not sure how many Vampire Historian Skin Spout is running, but that's basically your only answer.
Yeah, it's the only out, and this list doesn't seem to have any. I've been playing one myself. But that's oof.
Yeah, I went up to 2 in my list just because I was so worried about it, which is a little silly. I mean, the Master of Shadows is a singleton, so. But I wanted to ensure it still has value. The Historian suppressing something, giving something, or reducing their attack to 0 has a lot of utility. Here,
it's almost a
like
necessity.
That's got to go face.
Yeah, now you just have to outclock. That was something I was talking about with Wholesome. Now, the question is, do you make this attack to get the thing?
I guess it would depend.
Because, it's just going to die on this block anyway. You only take 2. All you need to do is find the damage to kill them.
Yeah.
I think I would have made the attack.
I think I agree with you. The only consideration would be how many racers has he played, or that's the only rush. There's no real way for Tempest to interact with the artifacts other than swinging real hard. So
yeah, they do have the Coxing in hand now. They can.
Yes, that actually is. I saw a lot of lists, including Madoka and a number of people that were cutting it, but it's hard to justify cutting that card.
Yeah, I think YG FOC, not YG Disc, is a deck I would have expected to see a lot of today. So I would have definitely not been cutting the Coxing coming into this event because I would be expecting a high FOC count.
Right.
But yeah, this is. I was talking with Fu a while ago. It may have been Midge, one of the two of them. We had a match come up that was OP against OP, and I noted that all as good as Shadows is into a lot of decks, we just talked about the fact that Sandspout has no out to it. The OP deck itself is uniquely slotted to actually out it, and it's so bad in the OP matchup because they've got the Muttons, they've got the Seal of Exile, they've got the Moonblade to just get it out of the way.
Right.
It's kind of funny that way.
Yeah, that it lines up well against itself. I mean, mirrors can obviously be very strange. It's It all comes down to, I found, whether people are super greedy or not. Because there were, on Ladder not that long ago, since the season just ended, a lot of versions of it that were running around with. They actually could not interact outside of pretending to be Cabal and hook sorting people all over the board.
Yeah.
Now this, if Skinspout was 1 turn ahead, if he was able to play 7 ring last turn, I'd feel okay. If I were him, it still wouldn't be great, obviously, and clearly that Armageddon Angel would be a big sad face. But now this is a rough spot.
Yes, it is.
Although I'm sure Tempest is sweating it out simply because you're playing against red, you're at 7 life. They could very easily kill you.
Yeah. And I think Skinspout has no choice. You have to go ahead and just play all of these Hellions now. It's the only.
Yeah, if you try
and choice,
you could try an Ichor Feast for something, but what are you gonna draw? As we saw, there's no answer to Master of Shadows. Crimson Pact, there it is. Okay, Crimson Pact is you're probably your only way to deal with Kozinga cleanly. So. I would imagine Angels here.
Yeah, I think this is just an Angel.
It's funny watching the game or reviewing games when I'm checking ladder or things. I always speed it up. But watching it live, I know people do the same thing I do. It's okay. This is the obvious play, but is it really what I want to do? Is this really the best option?
Yeah.
And it feels, outside looking in, it might look silly, but it makes sense because, these are the big boy rounds. You got to make sure you win these.
Yeah, and to explain what the sequencing that just happened, the attack on the Hellion was to get the angel to live.
Exactly.
Which is neat. It was a good sequence by Tempest.
Definitely makes sense. But now we have the Desperation Ichor Feast here for Skin Spout, and it's... Is that a forged ruby?
It is... Yes, it is.
Okay,
That's...
that gives them something, like...
Yeah, that gives
with that
you
Ringmaster.
lane 7, open attack, take the angel.
Yeah, he sees it. I mean, as you'd expect. Skin Spout knows what he's doing. And he also played Mono Red with Safe House, as we were saying earlier, in the previous Open.
Yeah.
I know simply because he beat me with it.
I like this. Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense to run it out there.
So-
You know that your opponent has an exceptionally limited number of ways of dealing with that Ringmaster.
Yeah. And not finding the lethal, but sequencing that the way they did, had Tempest not found 2 minions to play on this block, they would have been able to just move and hold the block on the 2-1 still. So it was, again, a case of good sequencing in kind of minimal times to know that you will get the optimal outcome.
Right. So I'm sure there's a lot of internal debate on how he wants to do this, but there's always Skin Spout just top decking the other Ignition.
Yes.
And making a very anticlimactic end.
How many does this list play? Oh, Skin Spout doesn't have any Ignitions left in deck.
Oh, no. Well,
They only play... Oh, no, they've used them all.
I don't know about this one. So he alternatively could have eroded the Eater blocker, whichever one you wanted to try the 50-50 with, and then ran the Vestai in to remove it. And then potentially end the game. I think you have to, like, you had to know that these things were ready for anything.
Yeah.
AKA they have a ward, so that Magnetar is doing absolutely nada.
Yeah, but the debuff swing...
Yeah, it's still, you'd have a coin flip shot. You don't know which one got hit, but if you Vestai and clear it, whichever one you choose to clear, you have your shot.
Yeah.
As opposed to right now.
And now you just lose.
Dead. Yeah.
Yeah, now the game's done.
Oh no. Well, I mean.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just...
He knows.
Yeah. It's something I notice, and like I do it when I play, but I don't think about it as much. But it's something I notice a lot when casting, is how many times someone, as soon as they know the game's actually decided, all of the funny plays that follow.
Yeah, yeah. It is an interesting psychological thing of it. People do it when they're winning as well. It's, oh, I still had all these, and they dump their whole hand on the board. Or, like you said, if they're losing, then it's, okay, well, these are the... I could have done this. I was toast. You got me.
Yeah. And see, I always have this kind of debate with myself in my own head. I'll get back to this point in a minute. Quickly point out that Tempest is now on the BG enchantment list.
Very
this is a
uniquely
cool deck.
Tempest list. Yeah, he's been playing this for a while, or variations of it for a while.
So I always have this debate with myself in my head. When I have, like, a lethal line, like when I have a lethal in hand and then top deck a way that would also give me lethal, I tend to do one and then show the second as the game's ending. And I'm like, like in my head, the idea is to show you I didn't top lethal. You know, I had it still. But then I'm at the same time, I'm like, man, am I just BMing someone? Like, does this make me the bad guy?
See, I do something similar. When that scenario happens to me, usually I'll end up somehow mixing the two lines and then miss lethal on both. That's how I usually do things.
I've done things like that a couple times, that like I'll be talking out the 2 steps of a play, and as I'm talking it out to chat, I'm talking about step 2 and taking step 1 and mix them, and like shuffle my own minion back into my deck and lose the game.
That sounds familiar. That's definitely something I've done. But this looks like a pretty strong opener from Skinspout, although Tempest does have at least a blocker to set up a future Thunderclap to address these things.
Yeah.
It's
Tempest
still
has
going to be
all of the knolls.
Yeah. Literally every knoll.
The whole set of them.
I saw the 3 and then I looked at the rest of his hand. Oh, you're right.
The last one's hiding.
So we're going to have better than a Thunderclap, because it's a Thunderclap that leaves a body, assuming Tempest doesn't want to be supremely greedy about this for some reason.
Well, they can't
No, he
quite
can't
get
do it
to
this
it. Yeah,
turn.
they
He can't do it
coin
this
up
turn.
to it yet.
I was looking at the mana and my brain didn't work.
Yeah. You do get the flip. And now you have to out a 6/5. But this is a good block this way, because if the attack does happen, the Magnus then cleans it up.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think that Skinspout's going to allow him to do that.
Yeah, my guess is this is dying non-combatively.
Right.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, no reason to take that damage. You know what the answers to that believer are. Well, Thrall now.
Calc's just gonna be too late to affect this in any way.
Yeah, you're not getting there in time. Because he needs the coin in order to hit the calc on time, in the appropriate time, but... I mean, you can buy some time.
Yeah.
But we already know that there are 2 ignitions in Skinspout's hand, so again, probably a non-combat death for Magnus.
Yeah, I think I would just be double ignitioning Magnus, swinging, and then playing Bull.
Yeah, this is the most
shuffle the
logical
Bull
thing.
back. You pitch that. Nice and easy.
Obviously, Tempest is going to have access to Clap, but I don't know what else he could draw that is going to dig him out of this hole. I think he's just stuck playing bodies at this point and crossing his fingers that he can stabilize. There's no way to gain life in this, so he's always going to be on death's door the rest of the game, even if he can claw his way out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to make this
super
block.
feels bad.
And now, let's see. Can you find the... No lethal at the moment.
Well, he does get another...
Oh, you do get a chance to
filter.
find... Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. That'll be lethal.
That would do it. Exacxies.
Wanna burn?
So if you have like a choice between winning on exact lethal and winning by like putting someone at like -50, which one do you take?
Oh, that's tough. I think I get most excited, honestly, about the exact, because often it comes in like, all right, this is my last turn. I need to do it now, and then you figure it out and close the game. I think those feel better, where it's if you put them at like -1 billion, were they even putting up a fight?
Yeah.
You just annihilated them.
I also think a lot of exact lethals come on a lot of convoluted lines, and I enjoy when, one, I find those, but also when I see them happen.
Yes, I think that's true. Solving the puzzle is what I assume drew in a lot of people for card games in general. I know it did for me.
Yeah. Yeah, same. I think one of the things I enjoy most, I think one of the things that got me into TCGs the most when I was initially beginning to play Magic was solving, like, the mid-game stalled fields when it's, okay, I have to take into account now my opponent's optimal attack is this. How do I block it? If I swing out, what blocks do they have? What am I left with? Solving the field is the thing I enjoy most in TCGs and CCGs.
I had a flashback to when the Duelist still existed, and they used to have puzzles in the back of the issues for people to try and solve with, like, board states.
Oh, yes!
Would ever happen.
Wow.
Like, I don't know how these things... Well, I guess they happen now in other formats, but, trip down memory lane for a quick moment.
Yeah, no joke.
Having not played... Tempest has beaten me with this deck before. Probably not this exact list, but something similar.
Yeah.
I honestly don't have the foggiest idea whether it's favored into this or not. I could certainly see where it presents a lot of threats, like these Academy recruits, which is a card that I often feel is slept on. It feels like it's way better than people seem to give it credit for. But I've also played a lot of Yellow-Green Fires, and that deck is pretty good.
Yeah, I think this comes down to how a lot of Blue X decks into YG of X kind play out, in that, like, the blue deck has the chance to combo kill you.
Yep.
But if it gets to the late game, YG likely just has the advantage.
Yeah, and I have, towards the end of the season, because I was playing, alternating between YG Fires and Mono Red ACC, I actually played a number of rainbow matchups, and you can still win through, if they don't just annihilate you with Allfather's Horn, then you can outlast them. You have a pretty constant stream of Forgelings, they're pretty big, and you're still doing things. You're still dealing with their board. It's incumbent on the rainbow deck in order to try and close the game out. But like you said, they could just combo kill you and close the game out.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's like, oops, I'm dead kind of lethals.
Exactly. And sometimes there's not much you can do about it. It's okay, if you have it this turn, you got me. And
yes,
they do it. In this particular case, okay. I was about to say, is he going to play this? But
yeah, home field advantage is so good with those cadets.
Exactly. Home field advantage is something that I kept looking at for K9 builds, but
yes.
I never got that far.
Yeah, I've played a good bit of games on K9s, and home field advantage tends to make the cut into any of the enchantment lists. Lately, I've actually, when I do play K9s, I've been playing them with Colosseum.
Makes sense.
Because
makes sense.
Locked in Ice is a fantastic way to get easy Colosseum stacks in K9s.
That's a fair point. That is definitely a fair point. So it might seem a little weird to people out there to let astray on the single token, but that damage will add up, and it's very easy for Tempest to rebuild a board with a follow-up recruitment like we saw. So that single threat can turn into many threats. Now Tempest is probably forced into trying to extend pretty far, or at least in Skinspout's mind, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So as a result, that makes the Misanthropia look better. As we see, maybe he doesn't have to extend too far. That's a pretty threatening board without having to invest too many cards.
Yes, it is. Sven is such a cool effect when used in conjunction with these enchantments that spawn minions. It it can let you establish a field like this with little investment. And like this was an ideal situation of seeing that play out, that like you want them to like Tempest was able to go between just the establish one thing and get chump blocked and go wide and get Mythin ends of the lines of play and just kind of dip in between them into what ended up being an advantageous spot.
Absolutely.
And now we likely see the Mythin.
I would expect that. This is a justifiable position to do it. Plus, he wants to build more charges on that media auto cam.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. It's funny. It may appear that Sapo or Short Stag or an enormous Forgeling kills you when you're playing against Yellow Green Fires, but realistically, it's the media auto cam that kills you.
Yeah, being able to just not gas out.
Yeah,
Is
finding
big.
continuous gas is, I mean, that's what propels you into that late game where you're doing all those mean things. But Tempest is hell-bent on making sure that he's not getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Tempest can begin setting up the slide that's in hand, just sticking enchantments down and...
Yep.
And was Tempest's list the one that I saw playing Niflheim's Claim as well? Doesn't look like it. We saw a deck a little while ago that was playing Palace and Niflheim's Claim, and I like seeing those two show up in conjunction.
It feels great when you're the Palace player.
Yeah.
Maybe not your opponent. They probably don't feel as great about it.
Look, I'm not queuing up to make my opponent have a good time. Well,
That's fair.
I guess I am. I'm often queuing up to donate points, but...
To be fair, that does sound like a them problem. You know, like... Alright, so we do have an answer to at least the existing board, but as you said, these blue decks are very dangerous since they can present multiple consecutive turns of you need to Misanthropia this board.
Yes.
And you only get 2 of them, so it's a rough spot to be in.
Does Skin Spout's list have the Bald Mountain? No. We've seen Bald Mountains... Oh, they do have the dock, though. I was going to say, we've seen Bald Mountains, but then we've also seen a couple people using the salvages and getting spells back that way.
Interesting.
So a lot of spell fetching has happened today.
Yeah, any of those, all the ones that everybody out there who's played a game of Mythgard can probably think of, yeah, it would be cool to play this card twice or 3 times or 4 times. And there's a lot of things that are on that list.
Yeah.
So as bad as it is, without the Earth Slide, I don't think Skinspout would be in too poor of a position here. He can block the token. Kara is going to go away on her own.
Yes.
Which begs the question, I'm not sure why he... yeah, you should be... I would think he'd want to block one of these, I guess saving 1 damage on the Harvester? Just so he doesn't take 2 damage from the Knoll?
Yeah, potentially. Now,
I'm not sure exactly why he dumped it there.
if I'm Tempest, I'm sliding that minion to lane 1, playing Palace on lane 6, and then sliding.
That would be a very, very mean turn. But yeah, it basically sets up lethal for the follow-up. I don't know if there's any way that Skinspout is able to address that now that, the Misanthropias are out of the picture.
Yeah, both Myzin's gone. Yeah, I think I'm just sliding this, and you put them on 18 then, and put up a ton of damage. Yeah.
Earth Slide's so good.
Yeah, I have to assume if I saw the play, Tempest saw it like 5 times. Yeah, that's a ton of damage. Have fun.
Yeah. I mean, you don't concede from this spot only because, well, what if he doesn't have the horn? Maybe I can claw my way out of it, but we know that Tempest has the horn, and that's going to make this it's going to be very messy very quickly.
Well, like, you get Bella Stun or Plague Maidens.
You can
but-
buy a little bit of time,
Yeah.
but it's going to take some real miracle work to try and salvage this one. That's just an enormous board, and that assumes that Tempest doesn't draw into more mean things.
Yeah, Plague Maidens eats that one. Bella needs to come down opposite one of these gnolls, I think. Oh, that's decent chip damage
Bold
now.
move. Yeah, exactly. That's 6 damage overall, the 4 coming this turn, the 2 previous from the gnolls that didn't necessarily have to happen.
Yeah.
Is that... Wait. Is the 6/6 still live? He didn't stun that one?
That'll do it.
Ouchtown population you, bro.
Yes.
Okay, so Tempest is going for the still had all these moment.
Yeah.
Ball game, folks.
Yeah, that'll do it. That was
Yeah.
201. So Tempest stays undefeated in Swiss.
Congrats.
That was Skin Spout's only loss. They did have a tie a little while ago. That was Skin Spout's only loss in Swiss.
Nice.
So we can jump in now on... Let's go to Madoka's game.
Sure.
This,
The
I
mono
believe,
red
is a
mirror.
bubble game that could be affecting top 8. Let's take a look. Oh, no, maybe not. Let's see. So if they win this, they move up. Maybe this could potentially have top 8 implications.
Gonna need some help with breakers, but yeah.
Yeah. We've had enough oddball ties today that, like, matches ending in ties that who knows? Like,
Yeah, there was a surprising amount of ties. And I kept wondering as I was playing, I'm like, man, what is happening? And then I just saw there were a bunch of ties. I was
I've
waiting for the next
been
round.
in the position of had kind of a shaky Swiss and finished my last match with a few matches still playing that had top implications. And that time that you spend watching those matches play out on the bubble might be one of the most, like, gut-shaking feelings on the planet. It messes
Super
with you.
stressful. Yeah. Yeah, because at least for me, when I've been in those situations, the major factor, and I'm sure other people would relate to it, is it's just completely out of your hands at that point.
Yeah.
Your destiny for the event is completely controlled by other people. It's kind of like watching NFL games when it's playoff season. You have, somebody like that meme with stuff on a board trying to figure out, well, if these guys lose and then they score this many points for this tiebreaker and this happens.
Yeah, I get way invested into playoff situations as the season goes on.
Yep. So Madoka here, I would feel pretty good if I was in his position. I like going second in the mirror. I like going second in virtually every matchup personally. But that winter, as everybody loves to meme about winter, the winter coming back to bite him.
Yes. And, like, that's the cost you pay to have a path that gives you, like, dependable top decking. It's kind of funny. Seasons has that downside to it, but the upside is that the path is always on. Like, you play Safe House, you play ACC, you play Coliseum, things like that. You have times that, like, my path just didn't do anything all game.
Exactly.
And that doesn't happen on Seasons. It is consistent. It does have a downside, but it is consistent.
It is definitely an interesting trade-off having to suffer the consequences of that, but it's one that I obviously the two players we're watching were willing to pay that price, and I have myself. It's definitely a different play experience as you're going through it, and it definitely forces the both the deck decisions and the play patterns to change, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
It sounds obvious to put that out there, but it's something that, and it's not just playing around winter. It means that you need to play all of your cards in specific ways in order to ensure that you're capitalizing on, the ACC triggers or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
In this case, as you'd expect a mirror to go, they're performing very similar plays. The Ichor Feast being a very important aspect anytime you're able to see it. I think that's kind of immaterial a matchup. You pretty much always want to see it.
Yeah, definitely.
Challenge here is, unfortunately, Madoka does not appear to have something to contest the bowl cleanly.
Yeah, no follow-up.
And he has so many cards in hand that even if he burns, the second Ichor Feast is pushing it.
Yeah.
And he's probably cursing to himself, I know I would be, that didn't have just one more mana so you can erode and Crucible Flare that thing out of the way. But advancing the Trident is pretty good. It sets up some potentially very nasty late game plays if you can find a Ringmaster.
Yeah. And finding it now would be good too, because you go to 7, so you get to do the 2-token thing.
Exactly. You haven't lived until you've cleared your opponent's board with a Trident.
It's so fun.
It's funny, Trident was one of the cards until I had crafted it shortly. Uh-oh. Never mind. We got more important things going on. My random anecdote. Do we have access? No, we don't have access currently to a Crimson Pact, which is the answer you usually want to have for, well, either of those two things, the Believer or the Virago.
Yeah.
You can deal with one of them, and if you were to burn and extract the Virago, he probably doesn't feel terrible about that. It's going to buy some time due to the heal.
Yeah.
But he's going to elect to remove the Believer and make a token. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I do like that line. It gives you time to find the pact.
Exactly.
Yeah, Madoka still has the 2 copies of pact in the deck.
Right. I mean, obviously, like we said, the extract, he could amnesia into wings, or, well, I mean, you wouldn't really want to do that, but, you could turn it off for a turn if you really had to, sort of thing. He has a variety of different ways to address it, but it's something like we were talking about in the other game. It's going to add up.
Yeah. So I think I'm stacking the left side of the field since the magma's committed now. And I'm just ignitioning that token out. And then playing my 2 2/2s down.
It likes to go for that. What are you going to burn here? The Believer.
Yeah, see, I think I would have shuffled the Hades and played the second minion myself. But
yeah,
that is a
you
good
could arguably play
follow-up.
It might have been worth keeping the Hades and then playing the Magmatar to clear it. Next turn you can play the Hades under any of these things. But either way, we're now committed, pretty far committed based on the hand size. No Dashing Ringmaster to show for Madoka yet, but you can still pop out those tokens. They still block, but it's gonna unfortunately generate some additional ignitions, which means your tokens are less useful. That is not a forged Crucible Flare, right?
No, it is not.
Okay,
That's what
so
I was
you can't
thinking, is
play
if it is, you can dodge the Hades.
Yep.
But you can play so you attack with the magma, play the wings in the lane between these two, and then sack the magma, attack the Vesti, and then finish it off. And
Interesting.
then you hold the block.
So the Madoka's Vesti's going bye-bye.
To your left.
Interesting.
Here.
And then you just...
I guess that's fair. He's probably concerned that the 2 remaining cards in Aether's hand are his own copy of Wings or something similar, so it would be very easy to free up lanes, given you have the Vestai, you were threatening a bunch of damage on the board. He clearly couldn't risk killing the Prodigy. It was really just playing around potential inevitabilities, but...
Yeah.
If he manages to not die here, which he's not going to, we do get to see the Ringmaster play come down. But he's still in the same position of, now I'm in single digits against a red deck.
Yeah.
Not exactly the place you want to be in.
Yeah, definitely. Not a safe spot. Be.
He doesn't seem to have any good way to deal with that Prodigy, which is representing potentially 6 damage from the Frenzy and then obviously the Ignition that goes in hand. Any X2 blockers not going to end well. So this is an unfortunate spot.
At
You do only
what
need-
point
Oh god.
do you decide to kill off the Vestai to gain life?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with it. He only needs 5 this turn, but that doesn't leave him with a lot of spectacular plays. So you could play the Wings, burn, kill the Vestai, and then run the Wings into the Magnetar or something. All right, so he's going
I
for
like
Ruby
this.
here. Yeah, because he can erode clears here, erode the Prodigy.
And now you gain the
Or never
2
mind,
and
it's
still
already-
kill the Vestai.
Yep.
Oh, didn't do it. And the facepalm. Like, yeah.
Ouch town. Yeah, he didn't actually need the erode. I keep forgetting we were just talking about winter. He's really kicking himself over that. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, but... Now, can he finish it here? So,
I don't see a lethal line at the
2,
moment.
4, 6. A mere 6.
You can only deal 6 of the 7.
A meager 6.
So it is in all likelihood instead one of these ignitions going on the
Oh,
cow.
absolutely. Yeah.
You have
can't
to.
allow that to. Yep.
And then you just block that lane with the Impuza.
Yep. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Like we were talking about earlier, just anybody out there is like, well, what's taking them so long? It's so obvious. Well, you got to think it through, and they're also mapping out what could happen on the next turn.
Although that block should likely have been on lane 7 to avoid the magma.
Yeah. That would free up the middle lane for things to get through. But can he...
What can we do now?
He has 6, so...
We've got Wings, Sack. Yeah, that'll get it.
Yep. Makes sense. In the face of the face palms, snatches victory.
Yeah.
In jaws of defeat.
And was that it? No, we have one last game going. Okay.
It's the draw man himself.
So, you played today. I noticed this while casting. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know how long it's even existed, but I mentioned it to Food. He's like, oh yeah, I did that. Up in the top left, below the menu, you can actually see how long is left in the game. I had no clue that existed, and then mentioned it to Midge, and he's like, yeah, I didn't know.
I didn't realize that was time. Like, I've noticed that before, but I think mentally I'd always just... I didn't look at it closely. I'm like, oh, it's the time, like the server time or something.
Yeah, I only noticed it today, and I was like, huh, wait a minute. That's kind of neat.
That's actually really cool. So, shout out to the the coders.
So this one is likely done.
Based on this
Well,
board state,
I guess like you do have the kill on the 7/7 to go up to 9. But again, we see the ghoul showing up. This is something I was expecting we might see a lot of today.
Yeah. It's, again, goes in the category of, I guess, worst kept secret. A lot of people were thinking if you're going to fight Disc, if we're assuming Disc is prevalent, ghoul is a very reasonable way to try and combat it. Plus,
Yeah.
it's not half bad in general. You know, it's a 2-3 for 2. It's a decent enough body to contest early game stuff.
Yeah. Ghoul's done a lot of flip-flopping between 1 and 2 gems. When I began playing, it was 2 gems, and then it went to 1 gem, and then it went to 2 gems, and now we've put it back at 1. It kind of flip-flops. But I think having it at 1 gem is a good way to help give options to combat these disc decks.
Exactly.
And so just see the attack come in. That's a decent slide. But they don't need
Ow.
it.
Elantris gets there.
Yeah. And that will, I believe, be the conclusion of
Looks
day
like every
1.
game.
Yeah, that looks like that's it.
Nice.
So how do we, let's see. 6, 7, 8. So Shadow makes it. Tech. A lot of names that we see consistently doing well.
Yeah.
Both in these big events that we have and also in the tons and tons and tons of events we have going on any given week. I'm blown away by how much the competitive scene has picked up with these weekly events people have been hosting. And like I spent a good chunk of time this week filling in data on Hub because we have so many people hosting events now.
Absolutely. It is really cool, and I've tweeted about it before, and I mentioned it on stream, that it's awesome that the community has jumped in, and they were so excited to play and prepare for the Open, and the last Open as well, and obviously for the Opens going forward, that they want to play the format, they want to test out a variety of different things, and there was, and have been, and I'm sure there will continue to be, a wide swath of different things that show up, because people really do want to experiment to make sure that they've examined every angle for what they could take to one of these big events.
Yeah. So, yeah, that will close it out. We'll pull up these top 8 again and show that while we do a little bit of chit-chatting about the event as a whole. How did you feel going into this event? Like, we just had a balance patch like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago that definitely shook things up coming into this event.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
that can be a lot of fun, and it can also be something that, like, as someone who, you know, is playing competitively, you look at a balance patch and it's like, okay, it's nice because it's not going to be the same meta that I've been playing in. But then at the same time, what is the meta going to be? How do you assess that and come to the decision to play a specific lineup? And I know it's something you spent a lot of time on this week. So if you want to
Absolutely.
tell us just a
Sure.
little bit about some of the decision making that goes into that.
Sure. Well, I think there's a couple things to preface it, that these sort of events, when you have a change that's this close to an event, there are many types of players, but for this example, we're going to say two ones that are better deck builders versus people that are better in-game players. And you could be both, but people tend to favor one end or the other. And this sort of change is going to typically favor those who are able to identify what are the powerful decks, the powerful synergies, and adapt quickly. Whereas if we ran the Open 3 weeks from now, people who might be stronger players have time to adjust and adapt and research. So coming into this, for me, it was, okay, throw out everything we knew, because the changes that were made felt as though they were so enormous, so massive that we kind of had to go back to ground zero. Now, we do have some lists that look very familiar, but I mean, you have it up on screen right now. This orange-purple Rebel list that has a number of different iterations, although this one, I guess, is not quite as Rebel-y.
Yeah.
But these are things that a few weeks ago, people probably would have looked at you like you were crazy if you were running it. The mono reds that have come to appear, they might have been safe house before, but they weren't the first things that jumped to mind. It was often the old ACC. So
Yeah.
the patch clearly introduced a lot of changes, and personally, I just tried to jam as many games as I could. Rognarr, who's showing up in third place there, he and I were testing a lot on both his stream and mine. So, as I said, I think a lot of it is who can quickly assess what's happening, what's going to happen, as compared to, okay, we have a set meta. And I don't think it's good or bad to prefer one or the other. They're just different.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, that will close this out. This was day 1 of the Season 2 event. Day 2 will be at 8 a.m. Pacific time, same time that we began today. And I will not be on cast. You guys will get a day off of listening to me spout all of the things I say. And as we do these casts, I tend to babble a bit at times. And
Hey, I resemble that more.
But yeah, so we'll be joined on day 2 with the top 8 of today's event at 8 a.m. Thank you, WingedWeasel. It was nice to have you join me. Thanks to Midge and to Fu as well, who both jumped on and helped out with today's cast. It's been a good time, and we will see you when day 2 begins at 8 a.m. Pacific.